In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. Oh, a couple more of these, huh? Well, one more. We've got today. Rumble Friday, always a great time. Always just kind of fucking around and hanging out with everybody. Rumble Fridays are chill. All right, we got one more intense day of talking about shit and making money and keep the show on the air and blah, 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 all that shit. I wore a fitting shirt today. Oh, it's been a horrible, horrible start to the day today. Awful start. So I woke up this morning, and I have this situation where I'm kind of proud of myself because I know how to do a man thing, and so I don't want to let that go. But I am getting really fucking tired of, like, twice a year. I have this issue where twice a year, I don't know if other people have this or not. I have a functioning, working water heater. And by the way, for some reason, the term hot water heater bugs the fucking shit out of me. You don't have a hot water heat. Hot water doesn't need to be heated. It's hot already. My water heater, can't complain about it. Except for twice a year when I have to take the fucking face of it off and I got to grab the heating element, and I don't know what this is. I've lived in, 3 or 4 houses before. This is the only one I've ever owned where I have a water heater where the plate collects sediment. And once every 5 or 6 months, and this takes 5 minutes. I don't know why it's such a fucking bother to me. But I go in, you just take a Phillips head screwdriver, that's it, and a wrench, and you take it all apart, and you pull it all out of there, and you literally, you do one of those, and you blow off the heating plate. Because technologically there are sensors in a water heater that if there's any kind of sediment buildup on the plate, the flame will not ignite. The sensor won't let the flame ignite because it senses a fire hazard. It says, nope, that we're sensing some shit on the plate. And when you go, it's just like this little bit of dust or this little bit of sediment, just this little bitty amount of shit. And you blow it off of there. Put it all back together. You flip it back on. It works fine. I hate it. I don't know if this is a normal thing with people. I don't know if I'm cursed. I don't know if I should just... here's the problem. I'm not going to go buy a new water heater over something I have to do 2 or 3 times a year. And it's literally just take it apart. Done. Put it back together. We're good. But when it happens, it always happens to me overnight. So I wake up in the morning, I turn on the shower, again, 2-3 times a year. I'll turn on my shower and I'll go and I'll be like, motherfucker, not again. Ice cold. I'm not taking an ice cold shower. So I've been waking up later and later lately because I just want more and more sleep. And, you know, with the normal time if I wake up at 5 in the morning, I can come downstairs with my wrench and my screwdriver. I can take it apart, blow it off. We're good. But when you wake up at 5:25 instead of 5 o'clock, you kind of need to move your ass. So I'm operating without a shower this morning. I'm a stinky fuck this morning. You can smell it through the screen. Hate it. I hate starting my day that way. Fucking stinks. And now I got to take, again, 5 minutes. And it's one of those things where the amount of time it takes is a lot less than the amount of time it takes to bitch about going to do it. You know, you're going to spend a lot more time bitching about it than you are actually doing it. I hate it. I've never had to do this before. And I've had water heaters where I've replaced the heating elements in them. You know, the electric water heaters where you take out the heating elements, you put the new one in, you put it. Like I've replaced water heaters, I've repaired water heaters. I've never had one where you have sediment buildup and you have to take it apart, blow a little dot worth of, like, it's literally a dime. It's a dime worth of buildup, and you just dump it. I usually dump it into a little plastic bag and throw it away. And it's fucking annoying, man. I hate it. I don't like it, and I don't like to start my day that way. Let's go to Aaron, no stress. Sam Darnold is going to take you to the promised land. Smile. You know what? We are getting close, right? It's the start of week 4. I don't even know who plays tonight, but it's the start of week 4. We've got the Packers this weekend. We can't be beat. 3-0 on our way to 4-0. This is our last tough one for a while. You got the Packers, who are 2-1. You beat them. Then you've got the Jets in London. I don't sweat the Jets. Aaron Rodgers is old. And then you've got a bye, and then I think we've got Indy. So you've got 2 kind of easy ones after that. Approachable says, LOL, your water heater was made by Nintendo. Yes. That's exactly what it is. I have a Nintendo water heater. I have to take it apart, and I got to blow on it so it'll work. And when I turn it on, I have to hit the reset button at just the right time, and then off it goes. Cocktiv says, question, did you call the water heater an N-word? Look, there are certain motivational words you use to get your appliances to work properly. Bigot on Socialist Media says, most of the year I can take a cold shower, but I live in the desert. Yeah, not here in Minnesota. It's at that time of year where it's, even though we still get in the 70s and 80s during the day, it's at that time of year where it's starting to get really cold at night. Like we're talking 40s. So, cold shower doesn't sound so good at 5 in the morning. Fauci's Pangolin says, seems like you keep a lot of things around that you have to blow. Hey, wait a minute. Kraken Slappin says, do preventative maintenance, dipshit. Do it before it's a problem. What? How? In this particular case. Stop Big Troon says, find out where it's coming from and fix it, clean, delete it, something. Yeah, right? Just hit the delete button. Here's a solution. Take a shotgun and rinse your mouth with buckshot. That will remedy anything, says Hobo Chili. Oh, well, I had no idea. Thank you, Hillbilly. Thank you, Hobo. That's very helpful. Stop Big Troon says, so it's a Diddy water heater. No, I said there was sediment buildup, not lube. I love that his lawyer yesterday had to explain why there was so much lube in his house. His lawyer came out and got, oh, wait a minute. I don't know what you guys are thinking. It's really weird to find shitloads of lube in a guy's house. You're like, yeah, it's weird to find that much lube in a guy's house. Unless he tells you I'm just butt fucking guys all the time, then yeah, you need some lube for that. Somebody's going to get hurt. But, pussy's pussy. If you're, shoving your cock in a lot of asses, then yeah, I guess you need a lot of lube. But, woman gets excited. She's not a dried up old lady. I mean, Jonah Hill explained this to us in Superbad. But at any rate, they found a bunch of lube at P. Diddy's house, and his lawyer had to explain why there was so much lube. And he said, no, guys, I know you think my client's a weirdo for having so much lube in his house. But it's just for his sex parties. Oh, well, then that's totally different. I didn't realize that he was using all that fucking lube for fucking parties. Well, then that just makes it not degenerate anymore. Thank you. Cockdiff says, Chips and Diff says, well, if the heater goes out twice a year, how about cleaning the heater 3 times a year before it happens? Well, then technically, wouldn't I have to clean the heater 4 times a year? Because if it happens twice a year, you got to clean it before you get the first one. And then if the first one happens, you clean it again. Then you clean it before the second one. If the second one happens, you got to clean. I don't know. Bigot on Socialist Media says it sounds like Sean kills himself soon. I believe he means Sean P. Diddy Combs and not Sean from Potentially Criminal. I don't know why Sean would kill himself soon. He seems to be doing very well. So I think he's talking about P. Diddy Combs. I guess it depends at who was at those parties. It depends who was at those parties. If rumor has it, a lot of the rappers were doing gay shit at Diddy parties. And if that's the case, then I don't think he's going to die from it just exposing a bunch of rappers being gay. Because I think a lot of those guys have been gay on the down low for a long time. And I don't think it would surprise a lot of people. If there's a lot of like billionaires and financiers and powerful industry types, then you're probably looking at maybe his life's in danger. If there's politicians, then he's for sure dead. Stop Big Trune says, why would it happen if you cleaned it? That's a good point. So I'd still have to take it apart twice a year just for the cleaning part. I just wouldn't wake up with the cold water. I get it. I hate it. It does, look, man, it does make you crabby. I am bitchy right now. I'm crabby that I got to do that. Not that I have to do that, but I woke up this morning. And when you wake up in the morning, you're kind of groggy, and that hot water hitting you is kind of oh, there we go. Oh, now we're going to be okay. So then you turn it on, and you feel freezing ice cold water, and you're like, God damn it, that just puts you in a bad mood. And your hair's all greasy. Fuck. I hate greasy hair feeling. At any rate, there's really only one way to make this better. Knock out what is almost a full goal today. Yes, we had the evening show, got you about $5 in. I said fuck it, made it 10 because, I don't know, I have no confidence that, I have very little confidence today because it's a big one. So help us out, knock it out. You know me, love doing the show, hate the fact that, the money part is always my annoyance. So if you guys want to get started bright and early today, I would appreciate it. Stay humble with 99 cents over on YouTube. That's the start. But PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's get the money part down because staring at that 3 number gives me the heebie-jeebies. I start watching the clock, and then people start making clips about what a pathetic bag of shit I am. That always makes me feel good. Because I already know. I don't need the clips. The clips are just, I know it sucks. I hate it. I love that people who point it out are like, oh yeah, I'm really showing him something. It's like, no, nobody feels worse about this part of doing my show than I do. So you can go ahead and you can kind of keep, making clips as like, oh, look, he's doing this. It's like, yes, and in the clip you're showing, I'm talking about how I'm doing this and how much I fucking hate this part. So I'm sorry, you can't hurt me. I hurt me. So let's go ahead. I mean it. Let's rally up. Like I said, We're going to start begging at the beginning of shows now instead of the end, so I don't have mental breakdowns during the program. So go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. Let's knock it out. So far, it's been a good week. I don't care about how we beg to get there. As long as we get there. That would, here's Mount Franklin. Maybe get a job, do the show as a hobby. No, I'm not. I'm never doing this show as a hobby. I will never do this as a hobby. Once I'm gone, I'm gone. I am not going to do this show as like a hobby. It would hurt way too much. It would suck way too much. So yeah, I will. And Mount Franklin, why not get a job and do this show as a hobby? I love doing the show. The funding mechanism of the show sucks and I hate it. You don't have things about your job that you hate, that suck, that are just, you can't do anything about it? I think Mount Franklin's wishful thinking. I think he wants me to stop doing the show. And he doesn't like that I won't. And so now he's trying to find a way to get what he wants out of this. It's Mount Franklin. It's been tried 1,000 times. You got to find a new angle, buddy. I'm here to help you. Belusier, becoming a member for 28 months, says, I miss having local stories every day. We do have local stories every day. If you mean like St. Cloud, Minnesota, it's a big room, man. But also, there's no more news in St. Cloud, Minnesota. I don't know if you noticed this. Everything's gone. There's no reporters for the newspaper. There's no daily information anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell. We do local news every day. We do shit out of Minnesota. I miss the way it used to be. Yeah, Daddy does too. Look, Daddy misses it too, kids. But we're doing the best we can. All right? We're doing the best we can. So let's make it. Let's knock that pesky goal part out because the rest of the show is a great fucking time. Hobo says, how do you hate begging for money? I hate it. It's pathetic. I look fucking pathetic when I do it. Please, I want to keep pretending that I'm a big-time radio man. $340, please. If it just happened quickly, if we just started the show and people were like, oh, I know the drill. I've been watching this show for years. The drill is we make this much money. Boom, here you go. Bam, boom. It was getting knocked out. I'd be thrilled. I'd be thrilled. But it doesn't happen that way. I'm not good enough, so I pressure. Gregory Eisenhorn says, you are pathetic. Are you not listening to me? I swear to God. Do I say it and Gregory Eisenhorn is just sitting there drooling while I'm talking and not paying attention? What did I just say, Gregory? I just said that. Pay attention, son. XJX says, maybe you have a garage sale. That's actually funny. I like that idea. All right, guys. So let's go ahead. Let's hammer it out. Let's knock it out. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We got a lot of good. I think that's the other thing. The more excited I am for the stuff we have during the show, like the more nervous I get about the goal part because I'm like, ooh, I want to talk about this. I want to talk about this. And then in the corner of my eye, I'm always going, fuck, that number isn't dropping. Shit, what are we going to do? So let's go ahead. Let's knock that out. Let's make sure it happens. Mount Franklin says, if I was a grown man asking other grown men for money so I can play radio host, yes, I would probably get another job. Well, that's good. Then you should. You're doing that, right? You're not doing this. You're doing your job, right? Then you and I are both doing exactly what we want to do, brother. Yes. There we go. Mount Franklin, we've solved your problem. Your life is cured. I've done it again. I've fixed you. All Care Towing better appreciate you, says new guy. Well, you know, if you got, either donate to the show or crash your car into a pole and call All Care. Either one really makes me look pretty good. The Tatler says the problem is guys like McBuster, big fans who never chips in. Oh, look at that. The Tatler living up to his name and calling people out. Oh, shit. Maybe that's it. Maybe we need people like the Tatler. Maybe we need to start getting them to stop being such cheapskates.
Look, motherfucker, I'm finding Jews.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Mount Franklin, fun fucking around with you. Fun having fun with you today. I appreciate you being here, buddy. All right, let's get into some shit. We have made a whopping 99 cents so far this morning, so obviously front begging not working. Gregory Eisenhorn said, I'm going to give the haters a little play today. Gregory Eisenhorn says, who would chip in for this stupid shit? I love that he writes that and he accuses me of seething. I'm making fun of myself and having a sense of humor about money. And Gregory Eisenhorn is in here getting angry at me. And he says, I'm seething. Gregory, this is the problem with your whole community, buddy. First of all, you've built it around hating someone. I love that. Second of all, you come here to get mad at me. You seek out someone to make you angry. And then you accuse them of being a lol cow and seething. I'm trying to help you, Greg. You don't see how maybe you look insane for doing that. You know what? Greg, before you even respond, I know. You know what? I should have never even started. You're not going to get it. It's okay. I understand. Greg. I know, Greg. I know. Greg writes, I'm laughing at you. I know. In no way do you get upset about this. Greg, we all know. Guys, everyone let Greg know that we understand. Greg. Not the father with $5 says, better $5 here than with Gino. Just saying. Thank you. That $5 goes a little bit away to knocking that out. $3.35 today. Let's just get a fucking 1,000 of those. Kraken Slappin says, Gregory likes to blow water heaters. Uh-oh. Gregory boy's seething in the chat now. People, guys, certainly don't go in the Rumble chat and make fun of Gregory. Don't do that. Mild says, front begging is better than the anal begging you're used to. Wait a minute. What? Rusty Grammar accusing Gregory of liking men. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, you're losing to the toe, Greg. Do better, says Stop Big Troon. Uh-oh. Greg, you keep using the word seethe, but you're the one in my chat talking to all of us, and we're giggling at you. Now Greg's getting called the gay F word by bigot on socialist media. Oh, Greg. People are stopping making fun of me to make fun of you. This is what happens when you stop enjoying things in your life and you just simply come somewhere to hate something. You lose your sense of humor, Greg. Come on. We're trying to go back and forth with you. We're trying to have a good time, and all you're trying to do is win your internet games. And look, it's making you upset. Greg is mad because his boyfriend dumped him, says XJX. Uh-oh. XJX says Aaron knows what that's like. See, Greg, he got us both. But only one of us can laugh at ourselves. Trampling at the Zoo says Greg likes ashy, big black cock. Diddy has the cure for that. Rusty Grammar says Greg needs another booster. Cockdiff says these gay F words are grumpy in the morning. Their mommies haven't made them breakfast yet. Greg, has mommy not made you the PB&J with the crust cut off? I'm sorry. Are we seething when we laugh at you, Greg? Keep telling yourself that. Yeah, Mount Franklin says, I'm on Toe's side, or I'm on Greg's side. The toe seems unhinged. Of course. And in no way are you guys telling yourselves that to hide your madness. You're killing it, guys. Better to beg than be Greg, says Eagle of America. That is... And... like Greg and Mount Franklin, do you guys not understand that we get to use you now as free content, and the majority, like there's more of us than you, and we get to beat the shit out of you, and it just buys time, and people might throw in money just to spite you. You know what it is? I haven't admitted to the audience. I hire Mount Franklin and I hire Greg to help me. It's actually a scam I'm running on everyone. I know, because you're like, Greg and Mount Franklin cannot be real people. They're too sad. They're too pathetic. They come to you to seethe. I've hired them so that you guys will get all excited, get all riled up, and we have beers after the show. Oh, look at Mount Franklin. There he goes. There he goes, going to the internet lies to try and, oh, Mount Franklin, you just lost. Like you beat your exes. Mount Franklin. You even know that that's not true, and you're just clinging to it because everything else you've tried to hang on me didn't work. Oh, Mount Franklin went the I'm not having fun anymore. I'm going to try the worst thing I can think of route. Mount Franklin, it was fun playing with you, buddy, but I made you guys do it again. Coltrane says Pidler will come out and say they are only doing it because he's black and gay. Dude, that is what you have to do. If you say you're gay, if Diddy can pull off somehow being trans out of this, he might have a shot. It's the only way, dude. If you become a victim class, you might be able to work it out. Caitlyn Jenner got to murder somebody. Dude, Caitlyn Jenner killed a lady. And all Caitlyn Jenner said was, my name's not Chris anymore. It's Caitlyn. Quit being a bigot. And they were like, well, we should probably let her get away with the killing somebody because they're a chick now. And you know they can't drive anyway. And that's the way society works. And then Caitlyn Jenner got to just straight up kill a bitch. And because she was trans, poof. Brittany Griner tried that in Russia. The Russians don't play that shit. They threw her ass in jail. She had weed and the Russians went, you're under arrest. And she went, you know I'm a dude, right? Like, just look at me. And they went, I don't give a shit. You're in jail. They bring her back here. Everything's all forgiven. Shit. Nerd Angle with 1999 says, Aaron, I'm still trying to return my mail order bride. I tried to call the service number and it just rings and rings. No refunds, Nerd Angle. I told you that when you ordered the woman that I had nothing to do with you getting. This accusation of a side ring where I'm running Asian hookers it's very troubling, and I deny it wholeheartedly. BJ with $10 says Greg is useless, like Utah Jazz's Greg Ostertagget.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
You guys like doing that one. And you know what? I like playing it for you. Thank you guys for dropping in. That gives us a little jump start to today's goal. 3:15 away. Keep going. Chuck in a couple of bucks. We do appreciate it. There's all the links in the chat. Well, I guess I guess Gregory and Mount Franklin don't want to play anymore. They got beaten up. They got used as content. Why does it always happen that way? All my haters come to play with me, and I just give them one of these. I don't even hit them hard. I don't even get mad. I don't even scream at them. I don't look into them at all. I just give them a little playful flick, and then they run away. Come on. Hulkman, you guys are no fun. We make a couple of bucks. We only made like 20, 30 bucks there. That's not a lot. And then you guys just run away and you're not having fun anymore. It's a bummer. Yeah, see, Mount Franklin says you win. See, but now you're being like a bitch. You're being like a woman who loses an argument. Well, I guess you just win then. Come on, I'm having fun with you. I'm busting your balls. You guys dedicate your entire lives towards hating me. And I want to have fun with you for a couple of minutes and you turn all bitch made. It's no fun. It's not fair. You want to get me to seethe, that'll get me to seethe. Beating you guys up makes me seethe. Because I go, they don't want to play with me. They sit there all day and they're like, what do you think we can do to people in his life? And it's like, that's really creepy and pathetic. And then we sit here and go, ha ha, you're retarded. And they go, fine, I guess you win then. You're no fun. We want to have a good time. We want to bust some balls. We want to make you part of the show. I'm making you part of the show. I'm making your dream come true. Your father is giving you the hug you wanted. I get to use you for free content. You get to get noticed like you always wanted to. And you get all bitchy. Makes it no fun anymore. It makes it no fun. Mild says, so Aaron, I notice your whiteboard says 17-0, not 20-0. So the Vikings will lose in the first round of the playoffs as usual. Oh, damn it. He got me. I should really change that to 20-0. It does make it look like I have no faith in our postseason abilities. I mean, really, what have the Vikings ever done in my lifetime to make me not believe in their postseason abilities? Oh, boy, more rhymes coming in. Fauci's Pangolin says, Kate and Ashley Olsen wish they still had Bob Saget.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Well, yeah, Gregory, we're using you as free content. It's fun. Gregory just admitted that he had to leave the show for a little bit. He was so upset with getting beat up and made fun. We weren't even beating you up, dude. He got made fun of a little bit. He got his balls busted with his buddy Mount Franklin. And then he gets his balls busted and he goes, I was watching something else for a bit. I came back and you're still talking about it. Right. It's fun. We all have a good time on this show when we make fun of people. And it was your turn. And you tucked tail and ran? Dude. Like I said, you guys act like bitches, and I just wanted to have fun. For people who live their whole life to hate me, you sure do back down when confronted pretty fucking quick. All right, guys, we got some sad news to start the day today. Thank you for the couple of bucks. I appreciate that. Let's christen PayPal and Venmo this morning. We haven't done that yet. 315 is the number. It's a big one. It makes me nervous when we start out this far up. It's the last one of the week, though, so that makes me feel good. So I feel a little extra giddy to knock it out. Throw in $100. Let's do Red Boys and shit today. That's nice and easy. I like that one. Gregory and Frank sound like people who share a hot tub with a guy named Nick. Oh, wait a minute. Shit. Yeah, Greg doing that projection thing. He doesn't understand that us making fun of him does not make us unhinged, but him continuing to listen to himself being abused might be a little mentally ill. Sorry, Greg. You'll learn someday, sweetheart. Fun fucking with you. Go tell all your friends in Reddit and Discord and shit, because send them over too. It's always fun kicking your guys' ass every day. Okay, we got more bad news about quarterbacks. You know, Brett Favre, a couple of days ago, he announced that he had Parkinson's. And, like, him having Parkinson's clearly is from the beating he took on the football field. There are different kinds of Parkinson's. There's Parkinson's that you just develop, and there's Parkinson's that are caused by your brain's inability. You crush the dopamine cells, the cells that produce dopamine in your brain. And a lot of times fighters and people who encounter a lot of head trauma will develop Parkinson's. Brett Favre got it. And now we're getting the news that legendary Vikings quarterback Tommy Kramer has dementia. He's been diagnosed with dementia, and that really sucks. Tommy Kramer is somewhat of a tall tale, like Paul Bunyan, like a legend in Minnesota. Not only because, you know, he was the quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, but since he's been quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, he just parties his fucking dick off every game day and gets blackout drunk with a bunch of fans. He has a Vikings limo. He has a Packers urinal at his house. He invites people over to his house to watch Vikings games with him. Like, Tommy Kramer is a very fan-accessible guy. He also has a terrible drinking problem. I met Tommy Kramer last year. It was when my buddies Gino and Kiki came to town, and I took them to a Vikings game for their engagement gift. I bought them Polaris Club private club seats at the Vikings game because I'm such a terrible guy. And we watched the game, and after the game, we went to a bar, and Tommy Kramer was at the bar, and my buddy Eric and I decided, fuck, dude, we're going to go meet Tommy Kramer. He's sitting a couple tables away from us. So we walk up. I get a picture with Tommy Kramer, and I said, you know, Tommy, thanks for your years of service to the Vikings. And I get the slow, drunken head turn, and you can tell in his eyes. He has the, you know, fucking gone look in his eyes. And he just goes, I'm like, okay. I put my arm around him. I take the picture. Thank you, Tommy, very much. Stick my hand out to shake his hand. He gives me one of, and it's just this soft, mushy handshake. I was assuming he was just fucked up because his drinking problem is pretty legendary in Minnesota. But now I'm thinking, now that he's been diagnosed with dementia, what if he was just brain mushed when I met him? And I've been going around, you know, telling all these stories about how, you know, Tommy Kramer was drunk. Tommy Kramer was shit-faced. Now he has dementia. And what if I've just been telling these awful stories about an old man suffering with a brain disease? Fuck. But on the heels of Brett Favre disclosing the Parkinson's news, legendary Vikings quarterback Tommy Kramer shared that he has been diagnosed with dementia. In a tweet on Wednesday, Kramer shared a message about his diagnosis. He says he was diagnosed with dementia just over a year ago at the NFL Cleveland Clinic. So fuck, he was we went to the game around this time last year, about 1 year ago today. It was week 3, so it was 53 weeks. It was just over a year ago. So Tommy Kramer had just been diagnosed with dementia, and now here I am going on the air talking about how, he's a fucking drunk and shit. God damn it. Kramer says he could have anywhere from 2 to 10 years, and a recent checkup showed the disease hasn't advanced. Kramer also adds he's stopped drinking, which he says will help. Oh, shit. Well, that's good, right? I mean, quitting drinking is a positive. I don't know what, you'll stop killing brain cells, so that's a plus. He wrote, please, no sympathy. I've lived a great life and wouldn't change a thing. Nobody wanted to win more than me, and I never gave up. And that's exactly how I'm going to battle this. Football is the life we choose to live, and sometimes stuff like this can happen. I'm grateful to the NFL for the opportunity, and I'm glad they are trying to do things to protect today's players. Financially, I'm fine, but I know there are players out there who I played with that need all the help they can get. That was the statement from Tommy Kramer. Well, I mean, it sucks. It's terrible news. He's always been, like I said, he's a legend in Minnesota, and it's not just for what he did on the field. I mean, he's always been a very, jovial, fun guy to be around. He's known for partying at Vikings games. Now he's got to tone down the partying a little bit to protect his brain. It's just really unfortunate. Unfortunately for me, the NFL will only try to help out with any of my medical bills and therapy, which my personal insurance won't cover. I'm hoping to bring some awareness so the NFL will be able to stop others and future players who are help, not stop, other players who are battling illnesses like myself. It's still all about the fans for me. As long as I'm able, I'm going to continue to be out there and travel to the small towns, which I love most, and meet the fans. Thank you for all the support, and always remember, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. Did he really just quote a country music song at the end of that? That's so Tommy Kramer. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be gross. But while that sound drop was playing, I muted my mic to clear my throat because, as you can tell, I got a little gravel in the old voice box. I hocked up a lug, and it needed to be expelled. I'm sorry, but my voice sounds better. It was that phlegm was causing problems. So the NFL, I think the NFL is going to have to start doing for brain injured people what the WWE has done for like drug addicted wrestlers. Because now you can go to rehab on the WWE. They'll pay for it if you were a pro wrestler. I feel like if you're an NFL player and you develop brain problems later in life, they should pay for the treatment. Because they make a metric fuck ton of money every year. Did you know the NFL is considered a nonprofit? I hope you know that. The National Football League is a nonprofit in the United States. It is tax exempt. I know, it's fucking criminal. But if they have to spend all their money every year, maybe they could spend some of it on the players who have, brain damage from the information that the NFL withheld from the players union for years and years about how bad repeated blows to the head are for you. Is the NFL a nonprofit? Yeah. The NFL was a 501c6 nonprofit. Oh, until 2015. The NFL, I did not know this. So 9 years ago, this changed. The NFL is now a taxable entity. The league voluntarily gave up its tax-exempt status in 2015 after a year-long study by its financial committee. The NFL Foundation is a separate nonprofit that supports the health and safety of athletes, youth football, and communities. Okay. Well, then I'm sorry, and I will back the fuck off, I suppose. That sucks that Tommy's got dementia. That's no good. Brett Favre's got Parkinson's. Eventually, it might not be the modern players that get more rule changes. It might be all these older, like watching all these older guys struggle with dementia. For sure, though, I think the NFL should start paying for these guys' treatment. BJ with $5 says, on Aaron's face, Nick's balls did drag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
Everybody wants to throw in a few bucks to get a Kevin Brennan rhyme. Coyote Nevada with $4.99 says, up early milking my spider goats. Hey, congratulations. You can get yourself a bulletproof vest. Found out about that from Alex Jones on last night's show. That we actually have spider goats. And that the spider, we get the spider silk in the goat milk, and we make bulletproof vests and parachutes out of it. The more you know. Meg with $5 says, here's my $5 weekly contribution headed your way over on Venmo. Thank you, Meg. That's all I ask. You guys are great. If everybody would be like Meg, you'd see no begging out of me. We'd be fucking rolling in it. So, if you guys like the show, just throwing us $5 wouldn't kill you. Thank you very much, Meg. That's going to put us at 305 for this morning. Keep it going. Let's hit our last goal of the week. Let's call it another win for the toe. We'll call it a perfect week, nailing everything, knocking out all the goals. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I think the only thing that hasn't been christened yet is PayPal this morning. So you know what it should be christened with? A nice hundo. A nice hundo would look great in that PayPal right about now. All right, Tommy Kramer's got dementia. Very unfortunate, very sad. But, I mean, the guy got hit in the head 5,000 times every year. Bad shit can happen. Vikings passing leaders all time. I think Tommy's like our fourth or fifth highest passer. Let's take a look here. I apologize. Tommy Kramer is the number 2 leading passer in Minnesota Vikings history. There's only one guy with more passing yards as a Viking than Tommy Kramer, and that's Fran Tarkenton. Holy shit. Tommy Kramer, number 2. If Kirk Cousins would have come back for another year, he would have passed Tommy Kramer this year. He passed Tommy in touchdown passes last season. Kirk's at 171 as a Viking. Tommy's at 159 as a Viking. Fran Tarkenton, obviously, number 1, 33,000 yards while he was a Viking. 239 touchdowns. Dante Culpepper is number 4. Dante Culpepper, by the way, an underrated quarterback. He was so fucking good until he blew out his knee. He really was. Wade Wilson, number 5. Brad Johnson, number 6. Warren Moon, number 7. Our number 7 and 8 quarterbacks of all time were guys we rented for a year or two. Warren Moon, number 7. Warren Moon played here in 94, 95, and 90. He played 3 years here? Really? I didn't know. I thought Warren Moon played a couple of years here. But he threw for 10,000 yards and 58 touchdowns in 3 seasons. That's not bad. Brett Favre obviously played here 2 seasons and compiled 6,711 yards, 44 touchdowns to 26 picks. And then Christian Ponder at number 9 and Rich Gannon at number 10. I mean, you don't have exactly a murderer's row of quarterbacks in our all-time passing leaders. I mean, you got Fran Tarkenton, which is great. But after that, it's a pretty steep drop-off. Tommy Kramer. I mean, like, take a look at the Green Bay Packers. Their leading passers of all time, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Bart Starr. Fuck, dude. You look at the Vikings. Fran Tarkenton. Ooh, great start. Tommy Kramer, Kirk Cousins, Dante Culpepper, Wade Wilson. Shit. We do have a lot of Hall of Famers in there. They just weren't Hall of Famers when they were with us. Fran's a Hall of Famer. Warren Moon's a Hall of Famer. Brett Favre's a Hall of Famer. We got 3 Hall of Famers in our top 10. They were just never our Hall of Famers. Hey, number 19 in Vikings quarterback history, yardage-wise, Gus Frerotte. Number 20, Jeff George. Number 24, Jim McMahon. Hey, if Nick Mullins can grab about 450 passing yards this season, he'll pass Jim McMahon as the number 24 all-time ranked quarterback in Minnesota Vikings history. Who's our last? Who's got the lowest? Oh, they get down to guys who were like running backs who threw passes. Okay. Our lowest rated quarterback who was actually a quarterback, Jay Walker. I'm not kidding. We had a quarterback whose name was Jay Walker. He had 31 passing yards. Hey, check this out, though. He played in one game, did Jay Walker. He was 2 for 2 for 31 yards. Why didn't we let this guy play a little more? Jay Walker was 2 for 2 with 31 yards. That's 15 yards an attempt. That's pretty goddamn good. Jay Walker, the most underrated Vikings quarterback in history. Second worst was Jay Fiedler in 1998. 3 for 7 for 41 yards. We saw him enough. Hey, don't look now. Justin Jefferson, the 49th ranked passer all time for the Minnesota Vikings. Well, look, we learned some things. I didn't realize Tommy Kramer was that high up, that he was number 2. Damn. New guy says Alex Jones has been talking about spider goats since the 90s. I know. Rusty Grammer says, don't forget Spurgeon Wynn. Is that a threat? Because I always forget Spurgeon Wynn. Am I making a mistake? Stop Big Troon says, you should try 1 week with no begging, never bring it up, see what happens. See, you must be new here. We've tried that before. We make shit. We don't do well. This audience, they need to be poked and prodded. That's for sure. By the way, 305 away from today. Do me a favor. Let's get under 300 at least by 7 o'clock in the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, I am going to probably spaz out a little bit. Vance with $20 says to receive your suffering. Thank you, Vance. Paul with $2 says now do the Browns quarterback history stats. Ooh, that's going to be bad. Hey, we got under 300 by what do you call it? 7 o'clock. Vance with another $5 says start a poll. Love football. Leave $20. Hate it. Leave $10. Don't mind it. Don't care. Leave 15. Okay. Fine. If you hate our football talk, send us money to tell us so. So says Vance. I like that, Vance. Thanks for being my marketing guy. All right, guys, 280 away from today. Rocking and rolling all of a sudden. Keep the rally going. And I tell you what, I'll get to shut the fuck up about it, and everybody will be happy. See, one thing's for sure. I'm a man of my word. Shit starts pouring in. I shut the fuck up and do a show. Do I not? I'm very honest with you. I've always said the amount of begging on this show is not in my control. It's all in your control. Citizen M says I'm probably going to spaz out a little bit. No shit. Right? Probably. I mean, I'm very honest about it. It's why people who don't like me can't stand it. Oh, Stephanie with $100. Christ's sake. Oh, my God. 180 away from knocking out today. You know what? 2 more of those, it's fucking over. All right, guys. See, now, look at that. Bunch of money came in. Your boy's happy. We're good. Isn't that fun? Hulkamash says this audience is like pigs in a pen. If you open a gate, we'll get out eventually. If you poke us with a shocker, it goes quicker. Exactly. Thank you very much, Stephanie. That is fantastic. You are the best. $100 today. That's all it takes to be the best. Stephanie rules. Stephanie's incredible. Whatever Stephanie wants today, Stephanie gets. Coyote with $19.99. Thank you very much. 165 super chat 20. 165 away from today. Chad Buzamok says, okay, leave it at 180 till the last minute. No, I don't want to. It's so stressful to do it that way. Thank you guys very much. 165. I don't know. Get under 100 by 9 o'clock. See, now I can shut the fuck up about it until 9 o'clock. Isn't that wonderful? Doesn't that sound nice to all of you? I know it sounds nice to Chad Buzamok. It's like music to his ears. Mild says, Stephanie around here giving dumpster blowjob money. Hey. Where Stephanie got that hard-earned money to give to Steel Toe is none of your fucking business. Steph, for all you know, Stephanie is the clerk for Judge Wenzel. Maybe they just really appreciate my coverage. Could be. Chad Buzamok says it would be if you did, but you will mention it within 15 minutes. No, I will not. I promise. Thank you, Stephanie. Very nice of you. And you guys put it to 165 already. It's going to be a good day. Hey, you want to watch Trump threaten to nuke countries? You know, I get asked when we talk about politics on the show, they're like, why aren't you like a total Trump guy? Like, believe me, there's nobody in our audience saying, I can't believe you're going to vote for Trump. First of all, by the time the election comes around, I might not legally be allowed to vote. So why don't you just fucking relax? I'm kidding. I don't like saying shit like that because then people go, look. I'm fucking around. Relax. I'm going to de-stress today. I'm going to, I think after the election, no matter what happens with that election, I think the day after the results come in, I'm going to go to the range. I'm going to shoot my guns off. I might not be able to. Oh, damn it. It has been funny. Yesterday, I told you guys during the evening show, I watched a lot of the Ricada coverage that a lot of the channels were doing. And as usual, Sean and Meme Copium and Nate and all those guys, they did an awesome job. And inevitably, I always came up in these videos because I'm in the motion. I'm in the thing. I'm a supporting actor in this whole deal because Nick's heartbroken. Nick lost his boyfriend, and Nick coped about it publicly in documents over and over and over again. Well, the constant commentary on my situation, because while I don't comment on my situation because, I hired a guy to take care of it. I'm not going to go fuck with his artwork. Other people comment on it, and other people are allowed to comment on it. And one thing that I keep hearing, like Meme Copium say, I think it was Meme Copium who said, it's amazing how the phrase "another win for the toe" started as like a silly thing. He goes, but now it's been memed into existence. I believe the quote was, Aaron stacking W's just sitting on the sidelines. Everybody has this idea that the way things are going for me is just like coming up W's. Another win for the toe. Win. Because they see kind of the way my stuff is going. And, they kind of see the way my stuff is going and they go, wow, that's going to be, whatever. Good. Fine. It's funny to watch that. And because I certainly don't feel that way. I certainly don't want to be in the position I'm in. That's for sure. But I see people talk about it like it's this grand W and this grand win. And I'm like, I'll fucking take it then. Sounds good to me. But the problem is, and I tell my haters this all the time and they don't fucking listen. And I try to help them because I think they're a valuable part of this ecosystem. But our haters get their hopes up and they put their hopes way the fuck up here when there's no reason to. They create a delusion for themselves about me. They live that delusion. And then when I end up skating underneath it and I don't, the terrible, awful delusion that they've thought of for my life doesn't happen, they seethe and get mad at me and they act like I've snuck out the back on them and won some great victory over them. It's like, no, I'm just not as fucking insane as you people are. I just sit here and I cool my jets and I wait for shit to happen, and then it happens. You guys sit there and get your hopes up. You're the kids who are thinking your parents are going to buy you an NBA franchise for Christmas, and then when you get a bicycle, you're upset. They never said they were going to get you an NBA franchise. You made that up in your head. So I'm sorry. Same reason Nick is always seething about me. He has this idea in his head, based in shit, based in nothing. Head firmly planted up his own asshole. And then when it doesn't happen, he gets mad about it. Like, you've all done this to yourselves. There's nothing I can do for you. I'm sorry. That's doesn't everyone want their nipples licked? Mild says the haters want to put their finger in your face and wag it.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
There you go. King Kong Dong says Aaron and the core audience is still here. The haters are what we call a revolving door. Pretty much. Actually, a lot of our haters are converting lately. In the last 2 weeks, I've had 3 people. 2 of them donate considerable sums to this program, which I appreciate. They've come to me and they've gone, I used to be a hater of yours. I can't be a hater anymore. It doesn't make any sense. It just makes me look like a miserable cunt. One guy said, Aaron, I used to be a hater of yours. I give up. You're indestructible. And I'm like, bro, I don't feel indestructible. I feel like you've just set your hopes up too high. Again, not my fault. And I guess if you listen to like a Melton per se, if you listen to him, of course you're going to be disappointed. He lies all the time, you guys. I tried to help you and be the good guy and tell you he lies all the time. You believe it. You get your hopes up. You're in an abusive relationship with a guy who makes sexually inappropriate comments about children a lot. That's not my fault. You can't blame. It's like when Jerry Burns went, that ain't Bob Schnelker's fault. That ain't Aaron Imholt's fault. You got into that abusive relationship with the guy who says sexual shit about children, not me. Oh, Approachable's right. Drama alert. All right, get out of there, Aaron. Get out of there.
A damn Jew boy.
There we go. We're done. We're done. Whew. Got out of there. Pulled up. Approachable sent me the warning. He said, pull up, Aaron. Pull up. And I did, just in time. All right, so let's get to this Trump thing. So my audience wants me to be more of a Trump guy. I can't be more of a Trump guy. Trump is, he is necessary evil. He's there because everyone else is such a crook and a criminal and a fraud and a piece of shit that he, by comparison, it's like, yeah, let's try that. Because at least he'll call them all frauds and pieces of shit. But he himself, like Trump by himself without a Biden or a Hillary or a Kamala standing next to him, I don't know. It's a little shaky. Like you ask him about a lot of his ideas. We're going to make America so rich and so amazing. How are we going to do it? You'll see. Like, whoa, wait, ideas? The problem is, like, a Kamala Harris gives you an idea, and you're like, first of all, I didn't understand a word you said. It was all wine mom speak. Second of all, that ain't going to work. Third of all, how many times are we going to try price controls before we realize that it's communist retarded nonsense? Well, Donald Trump does this thing where he gets full of bravado. Oh, wait, I got to go to Tatler first. I love this. I love having fun with these guys. I love the fish in a barrel game. He says, I'm sorry, Aaron. The only one making up scenarios in their head is you. You're claiming victory over imaginary people. Nobody is mad. Tatler, you're in denial. Holy shit. I think everyone in this chat who just heard me read that went, is this guy fucking insane? You don't think people make up scenarios in their own head about what's going to happen to me, and then when it doesn't happen, they seethe and go crazy? you are out. You ain't paying attention, brother. Claiming victory over imaginary people. How do you think another win for the toe actually became a thing? It's easy. These people are retarded. And like I've always said, I deserve a better class of hater. But you know what? They ain't coming, so I'll take my W's over the ones I got. So I'm sorry, Tadler. I know it hurts. I've been listening to the seething of other people for a year now. It feels good. And if me feeling good is a problem, I suggest you just try to distance yourself from this. Q Anonymous says, but hey, taxing unrealized gains is a good thing coming, right? Right? If they pull up, there's no way they can pull off that taxing unrealized gains thing. Because that gets to, we can start taxing the equity in your home. And that's bullshit because that's always fluctuating. There's the rising and falling of home values. There's people who take out home equity loans or home equity lines of credit. There's all kinds of things. People refinancing their house. You can't tax unrealized gains. Or like if you have money in the market, a lot of people don't pull out the gains they have in the market because then it becomes actualized and then they have to pay taxes on it. If you can just tax the money when they make it in the market, then what's to stop people from pulling their money out of the stock market, which would be terrible for the economy and publicly traded companies? Taxing unrealized gains is insane. Taxing unrealized gains is the government admitting we can't get our shit together financially and we just have to keep taking more money from you. Even if you don't actually have it, we're going to come take it. It's insanity. I don't think that taxing unrealized gains thing is going to happen. There's no way it can happen. You know what? I won't say that. It could happen, but it can't. You know what I mean? Like it can't. Like I don't mean like it can never happen. I mean like it can't happen. So Trump was talking about Iran yesterday, and one thing, some of us that like don't like, but are, we may not be the biggest Trump guys, but we're going to vote for him. One thing we like about him is that he doesn't start new wars. A lot of us are tired of fucking sticking our nose in the Iran-Russia business. A lot of us are tired of sticking our nose in the Israel-Hezbollah business. And one thing we like about Trump is that he doesn't seem to have a desire to feed Raytheon and feed Boeing and feed BlackRock and feed all these multinational corporations in the military-industrial complex who want to see us go to war. It's nice that he doesn't want to feed them, but then he'll say shit once in a while where we're like, wow, even though he doesn't seem to want to feed the military-industrial complex, it doesn't seem like he's totally opposed to World War III. So Trump sometimes does shit like this, and I feel like his followers excuse him. Like they give him a pass where they wouldn't give, say, Biden or Harris a pass. And it's on, basically threatening to level countries. Let's play this clip of Trump in North Carolina 2 days ago talking about Iran. And by the way, if you think Trump is going to be better than the Biden administration or any other administration on Israel, think again. His son-in-law, Kushner, and his daughter, Kushner's wife, he's got ties to Israel. Trump's a big Israel guy. He's going to let Netanyahu do his thing. Like, Trump is not going to be better on Israel than our current administration. But let's check it out.
But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities.
Oh, that sounds nice. That actually sounds like a compliment. He's going to suck the dick of Iran's largest city. Well, that's great. If you hurt that person, we're going to blow your largest city. All right, let's let him finish. It sounds good. Not the guy he's blowing. I mean, let Trump finish talking.
Anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself.
Wow, that's really nice. So Trump's actually sweetening the offer without even negotiating. He's offering to blow the largest city and blow the entire country. It's pretty generous. You know how sore your jaw's going to be? That's going to be way worse than a Diddy freak-off. Blowing an entire country, especially of Middle Eastern Muslims. I mean, let's just, look. Let's call a spade a spade. I mean, sometimes the hygiene over there cannot be up to snuff with Western countries. All right, so he's going to blow Iran, and he's going to blow Iran's largest city and the entire country itself. Let's hear him out. So far, this sounds like an interesting change of pace for our foreign policy.
But if I were the president, I would inform the threatening country, in this case Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens.
Blow it to smithereens. See, I didn't play enough of the clip. I thought he was just going to suck Iran's cock. And I thought, we haven't tried that method of world peace yet. That's something where it's kind of worth giving a shot to, right? Nope. He's going to blow it to smithereens. He's going to fuck it up. He's going to bomb it. We're going to bomb Iran. And why, again? Something about Israeli hostages? I don't know about you, but I say let Israel's problems be Israel's and let America's problems be America's. Hezbollah is not our problem. Hamas is not our problem. The Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Iran, Lebanon, not our fucking problem. But it is Israel's, so we make it our problem, and I will give you a wake-up call. This guy is not going to make that situation any better. He is still going to make Israel's problems our problems. For those of you who think that we're getting some radical guy in there, we're really not. We're getting a guy who talks a different kind of game than the normal people, but when it comes to the big, heady international issues, I mean, sure, he's not going to start a war in Ukraine to get his money back or to pay back the money that they gave him for Burisma, to fatten him and his family's pockets. Here's $10 million to you, Mr. Biden. Oh, here's hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign aid from our taxpayers to you, Ukraine. He's not going to start a war to do that, but he's not exactly going to be a isolationist or a non-interventionist.
We're going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that.
And that could work. I will say that could work, and Iran could back down because nobody threatens to blow anything to smithereens anymore. That'll be like the scene in Independence Day where they start getting communications in Morse code. Iran will get a threat. They're like, he says he is going to blow our country to the Smiths. Is that a Jewish family? The what? Smithereens. What is a smithereen? Is it a Jew? You don't know how to react when someone that's like coming up to someone and putting up your dukes and going, why you, I oughta. People haven't heard that in years. They're going to think you're serious.
And there would be no more threats. There would be no more threats. But right now, we don't have that leadership or the necessary people, the necessary leaders. We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now.
Yes, we do. It's Jill Biden. Didn't you see the cabinet meeting? They had the first cabinet meeting of the year. It's almost October, by the way. They had the first cabinet meeting of the year, and Jill Biden was sitting at the head of the table. They're not even hiding it anymore. Now that he's not running for president, they can just kind of admit, yeah, he doesn't really have the faculties to pull this shit off.
Who is our president right now? We really don't know, but we have two people, not one, that only keep looking, and when you do that, when you just look, trouble always ensues. So
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Biden administration, when it comes to foreign policy, is just looking. They're doing plenty of damage. The Biden administration is sending troops to the Middle East. They're sending another aircraft carrier to the Mediterranean. They're sending a couple more cruisers to the Mediterranean. So easy on that whole, they're just watching shit. We're doing plenty of saber rattling ourselves, and I don't like it.
So it's big trouble for our country. Meanwhile, we have the president of Iran in our country this week. We have large security forces guarding him, and yet they're threatening our former president and the leading candidate to become the next president of the United States. Certainly a strange set of circumstances.
He is right there. That is kind of weird. Like the Iranian president comes to the United States and he's just flanked by security. and nobody's going to be able to touch him. Yet not only has this guy been shot in the head once, but he also almost Elmer Fudded his way into an assassination as a guy was going, be very quiet. I'm waiting for the president to tee off on the 6th hole. And he's got a fucking rifle sticking through the fence. I mean, it is kind of embarrassing that we can protect the president of Iran better than we can protect the president of our own country. I don't know, man. I don't like all the saber rattling. I don't like we're going to blow your country to smithereens. I don't like that shit. I'm tired of war. War's been going on literally my entire adult life in this country and with countries we shouldn't be fucking around with. And it doesn't do anything but waste all of our money, create more wounded veterans, create more psychologically damaged veterans, and we gain nothing. Nothing happens that benefits look, it benefits government types, it benefits military types, sure, but it doesn't benefit the people of the United States one bit. Landers says, want to fix the Middle East? Blow up Israel. Jesus Christ. Netanyahu and the FBI are the only ones claiming Iran is going after Trump. Not one single intelligence organization besides the Mossad and the FBI are claiming this. I don't think it's Iran who's going after Trump. I think it's the FBI and CIA. I mean, that's kind of what I always thought. Approachable says, holy shit, rewind it. Someone actually said in the crowd, when he asks who is the president right now, you hear a lady's voice in the background yell out, Jill Biden. Oh, really? All right, let's rewind it a little bit.
People, the necessary leaders. We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now. Who is our president right now? We really don't.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Turn it up. I just heard that. Some woman just yelled Jill Biden.
Now, we really don't.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Oh. Well, at least somebody knows. I would have yelled Benjamin Netanyahu. Volodymyr Zelensky. I would have thought those are really more the people in charge of the United States. I think they're holding the keys more than Jill Biden is. Burisma. Landers says the federal government attempted to kill Trump. I mean, I happen to believe that very thing. But as far as, bombing Iran, or we're going to turn Iran into glass, we're going to bomb them into smithereens, would that work? Like, hey, if you harm one hair on their head, we'll bomb your country into smithereens. I don't know if that's something that necessarily helps. I mean, Iran does Iran have nukes? They won't say if they have nukes or not, will they? They keep saying that, if you give us this, we won't develop nukes. We'll just develop peaceful nuclear energy. Which I think is hilarious that other countries are seeking nuclear energy, and we've got people in this country who piss and moan and protest to high heaven if we try to build one reactor. You want clean energy, you want green energy. It's the cleanest, greenest energy there is that we have available that's, able to go on at the flip of a switch, and you bitch about that one. Just kind of works. It makes sense. It charts for America. It tracks. Mr. Beat says, FBI now likes me. I'm trying to get back on their good side. Hey, there you go. Tadler says, Iran is scared of Israel. They ain't provoking us. Yeah, Iran wouldn't even win a war with Israel. In fact, they've lost that war before. They ain't trying to start shit with us. Jack Sixes says, they are firing 3 Mile Island backup for Microsoft's AI. Approachable says, to be fair, there would be no more trouble in the Middle East if there was no more Middle East. I mean, it's an addition by subtraction equation, I suppose. I mean, I guess you're not wrong, technically speaking. This is hilarious. Democrats made a cartoon showing what they think America's going to be if Donald Trump gets elected president. And it's like these people make this shit and they show it to people and go, see, you can't vote for him. They act like he's never been president before and we don't know what it would be like. We remember what it was like. We had more money in our pockets and football was more fun to watch. That's what we remember about the Trump years. Before we get to that, I may have to take a break in just a second. because my nose is all plugged up. It's threatening to run here, and I got to blow it. Lucky nose, right? I got to blow it to smithereens, and I got to pee real quick. I may have to take that break in just a second. But Kevin Soundboard says, when I went to Israel, 75% of the people I spoke to knew Bibi is corrupt and live in fear, especially IDF soldiers. It's a CIA country, and it's pretty sad. Oh, okay. Mr. Beat says, a pee break and a little Coke. No. No little Coke for me. I'm not going to be doing any little Coke. No, thank you. Not even Coca-Cola. I'm not talking about shoving that face full of moon pies and Coca-Cola. Are you listening to me, Mr. Queer? If you ain't, you're going to keep your mouth shut, ain't you, Mr. Queer? Well, I'm going to tell everybody what you like to do with that mouth, and I ain't talking about stuffing it full of moon pies and Coca-Cola. Fucking Aben Cooper, one of the most underrated characters in all of movie history. Hold on a minute. Aben Cooper, Mr. Queer. Should be a song. Mr. Queer. Oh shit, we can't find Red State clips. Red State Sheriff. That's what I want. I want oh damn. I want the scene in Red State where Aben Cooper calls him Mr. Queer. Well, you know what? Now I'm going to have to go watch Red State. Son of a bitch. Ain't that right, Mr. Queer? He does not like gay people in that movie, Aben Cooper. Aben Cooper finds gay people rather detestable in Red State. All right, let's watch this cartoon that a bunch of lefties, I guess, made about Donald Trump and what kind of president he's going to be. And you know what? I'm sure this isn't going to be overreaction. I'm sure they're not going to be going over the top and, saying things about what's going to happen to America that ends up being completely over the top and crazy. I'm sure this is going to be, and I'm sure none of us are going to laugh at this. None of us are going to get a kick out of this. This is going to be very difficult to watch because we're all scared for our country and what happens under 4 years of Donald Trump. Let's check it out.
This is just coming in. It's now looking likely that Trump has beaten Harris to the White House. The Constitution may be overturned. The president may remain in office far beyond his 4-year term.
Wait a minute. Whoa. You guys think that the guy that you were able to rig an election with mail-in ballots and you were able to kick him out of office and fill him up with all kinds of felony charges and try to throw him in prison, you think that guy's going to suspend the Constitution and never give up power? You've got to be shitting me. I mean, this is a classic case. These people project what they are onto their fears of other people. These are people who would keep power forever if they could, tell the American people it's what's best for them, throw Donald Trump in prison, and then when Trump improves in the polls, they go, no, oh my God, you understand Trump will throw his political opponents in jail and he'll never give up power. Wait, you mean the shit that you do? Yeah, I mean, no. Come on. Trump has suspended the Constitution. First of all, Donald Trump can't just rip up the Constitution. If we've shown anything in the last 25 years, it's that Congress, the CIA, the FBI, and the president need to work together to tear up the Constitution. And boy, howdy, do they do well at that.
Overturned. The president may remain in office far beyond his 4-year term. The DOJ and SEAL Team 6 have vowed to hunt down every enemy of the Trump regime.
Wait, SEAL Team 6 has vowed to hunt down every enemy of the Trump regime. And now look at that. You got a little Muslim lady there. She's being rounded up. You got a black person. They're being rounded up. Black people kind of like Trump. And he's going to have SEAL Team 6 round them. You know what, though? If you vote against Trump because you see this cartoon, You fucking deserve it. You really do deserve the country you get, you fucking moron.
The president decides that his rival is a corrupt person, and he orders the military to assassinate him. Is that within his official acts?
What? Do they not know we've done 4 years of this guy before? They don't. Do they remember 2017 to 2021? Or was it so psychologically damaging for them that they've blocked it out? You have got to be fucking kidding. Look, I understand that Trump is probably going to do things when he's in office that a lot of people are not going to like. I 100% understand that. He's going to do a lot of things that a lot of people are going to question constitutionally. Absolutely, just like any other president. But this idea that he's going to use SEAL Team 6 to round up the people who don't like him and have them killed after he rips up the Constitution and stops elections from ever happening again. You've got to be out of your mind.
From what we can see, that could well be an official act. Ironic.
Wait. They just put the one quote up from Justice Sotomayor and then another quote up from Trump's lawyer. You're telling me that Trump's going to rip up the Constitution, Trump's going to ban elections, Trump's going to kill all of his detractors in the street using SEAL Team 6, but his lawyers are still going to argue their case in front of the Supreme Court? Who the fuck writes this shit? All right, here's what's going to happen under Trump. He's going to rip up the Constitution. He's going to ban elections unilaterally. He's going to round up people in their homes and shoot them. And then his lawyer's going to go to the Supreme Court. It's like, why would his lawyer, why would you need a lawyer at that point? Why would the lawyer argue, okay, why wouldn't he just shoot them? Remember, he's going to take away all these people's civil liberties and he's going to suspend everything about our Constitution, but then he's going to go to court next.
Isn't it? The man in charge of enforcing laws can now just break them. The president...
Oh my God, it's Jafar from Aladdin. He's killing Lady Liberty.
Is now king above the law.
He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
Should have voted.
You didn't vote? Vote Harris.
Hey, why are you people in that restaurant? Shouldn't you be dead? Trump, you missed a couple. There's a white lady and a black man. They don't like you and they're mad. I think you should get them. They seem like threats to the state to me, sir. They actually believe. They don't believe it. But they're actually putting the idea out there that Trump will do all of these things. The guy that they've done all of these things to, the guy that they removed from office with an election that was a little hinky, let's be honest. Stole that word from Johnny, by the way. People that rigged an election, people that have tried to throw their political opponent in jail, and then, people who have not exactly been sad that same person had a shot taken at them. They're making a video saying Trump's going to suspend the Constitution, kill all of his detractors, and abandon the rule of law. That's rich. That's rich. I can't wait for this election to be over, I think. Or maybe I can. Maybe I want this election to keep going. Deutsch Chat in the chat says, "What's the problem?" well, then there's other people who are like, "This doesn't seem so bad." Seems like I think there's some people watching this show right now going, "I'm going to vote for him fucking harder. This guy's great." Muted Growl says the deep state really won't stop dog whistling mentally ill nuts until they finally blow his head off. Right? Remember that all this stuff was supposed to stop. We were supposed to stop talking like this and doing all these things because we didn't want to encourage crazies to act and, maybe hurt somebody after the first Trump assassination attempt. Boy, I tell you, as those polls stay close, that idea goes right out the fucking window. And then they excuse it. They excuse it by going, well, he's a threat to democracy. It's like, crazy people hear that. They're going to take a shot at this guy. Well, you know, people need to defend democracy. Like, you're calling for him to be shot. I would never do that. Why are you talking about such a thing? You know, it's talk like that that's going to create violence. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, these Republicans making all these accusations about Democrats. It's what's going to cause all the violence. Their guy's the only guy getting shot at. Mr. Beat says the black dude should be running away faster than the rest of the family, right? Because he's going to get them. Approachable says, apparently court is Trump's kryptonite. Yeah, that's what I love about that video. Trump is above the law. He's rounding people up. He's killing American citizens in the streets. But he still goes to court to argue to the Supremes. Which, by the way, will just be Diana Ross's Supremes when he's president. That would have been Obama. Trump is going to murder American citizens without due process in the streets. No, he's not. He's not Barack Obama. That's our only president who's done that. Barack Obama drone bombed Anwar al-Awlaki without charging him with a crime and just killed him and his son with a drone strike. Isn't that something? American citizen. Just murdered him. Decided he was a terrorist. Killed him. Zen Man Build says, I'm still waiting for my student loans to be paid off. Yeah, like, fuck all the Trump's going to round everyone up. Let's start small. Where's all the student loan shit they promised? Stop Big Troon says, Dems are the only people questioning and threatening the Constitution. Hey, how could you say something like that? They're scared, you know. They're really worried about the way things are going. These people are scared and you're showing no sensitivity toward them. How do you live with yourself? Guys, we have, what are we at? 800 people so far this morning. Very cool. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe. Let's get that up to 1,000. Share the show. We appreciate it. You guys are doing awesome so far, man. It's a 165 day, so thank you. Throw in if you'd like to. It's looking very good. We appreciate it. Let's catch up with a few more people, then we'll move on to some other things. Approachable says, I didn't realize it at first, but now find it funny how every time there's a gun-related incident, they're pushing for more gun control. But someone took a shot at Trump and you didn't hear a word on it. That's true. You heard about the rhetoric in this country for about 6 hours, and then they went right back to saying, well, do you think that Trump being a threat to democracy had something to do with this? He's the only politician out there who gets blamed for his own assassination attempts. Cocktiff pointing out, yeah, Democratic promises that never came true. Cocktiff says, I never got my free crack pipe. Can we get the guy a goddamn crack pipe? I mean, you promise a guy who needs a crack pipe, you know he's going to be jonesing, and then you don't give it to him? You're a dick. Landers says civil conflict is looking more and more plausible every week. The left is so fucking crazy, I don't see any other way. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Fauci's Pangolin says common every day wants to murder their grandparents, groom children, kill babies, and pay exorbitant amounts of taxes while the elite eat white cake. Yeah, I'd say that's just about right. It's probably about correct. Yeah, this crypto punkard on Twitter writes, talk about projection. These guys always accuse Trump of the very things that they do on a regular basis. Let's check. Some people in the chat saying that the Civil War angle, it's just it's inevitable at this point. I don't know. I'd rather not in the nuclear age. I'd rather not. What did the polls say yesterday? I think we took a look at these last night. I don't think they've changed. Yeah, Trump ahead in Texas and Georgia. All three polls that came out yesterday say that Kamala's winning by 3 points in the general election. All right. 3 points in the general election. I would buy that, I think. I think I would buy 3 points in the general. Nothing more than that, though. I think we're going to have one of the biggest electoral college to popular vote differentials we've ever had in this country's history. Because remember, Trump's never won the popular vote. but he spanked Hillary in the Electoral College. Let's go into our texts here. We got some people writing in. Tell Gina that Hoda Kotb is leaving the Today Show. He can apply for the gig and day drink at 9 a.m. on national TV. It's a hell of a deal if you can get it, right? Hoda Kotb's job. Those shows, man, I don't know how those people get paid so much money. It is like the easiest show out there. It's easier than this. It's way easier than doing this. Somebody else gathers all your stuff for you. And your job on that show is to say the least controversial thing you can think about, like a puppy's cute. It's literally that Today Show job is saying the least controversial shit you can possibly think of. I get jealous of those people all the time because they just have to be friendly and likable and boring. And then they'll gravitate to it. We're a weird culture. We're a weird culture in that when it comes to like our morning TV shows and shit, it's, we don't want anything controversial. And we want to talk about puppies and all that. But then like with each other, when it comes to election time, we're like, you fucking Nazi, you fucking communist piece of shit. It's like, we can't decide if we want to fight tooth and nail with each other or we want to just everybody be quiet and be calm. Everybody just stay rational. We're like fighting with ourselves. I've got these two rounds of golf just sitting here on the table. I really should use this today. It's fucking free golf. 18-hole rounds of golf with cart. Now, it says Friday and Saturday. But I called a guy, and the guy said, we'll honor these any day of the week. I said, okay, that's remarkably helpful. I got nobody to go golfing with, though. My neighbor, he's busy. Usually if I can go day golfing with anyone, I can go with him. Ooh, otherwise there's top tracer range sessions. I can go to their tracer range. That could be fun. But a free round of golf, Jesus Christ. That sounds like a good way to handle the day. Of course, I have to mail out Stoney's certificates. So I got to get that done first because I want to give away the new Stoney certificates, but I have a rule. I can't do that until my lazy ass mails out last month's. So I got to do that. I got to fix the water heater. I've got boxing tonight. So I got to do that. So I got like a little window maybe between like noon and 5:30 where I could get golf in. Mr. Beat says Johnny Crutches will hang out in the golf cart. SP might hang out in the golf cart. Yeah, but she has a real job, unfortunately. So that's probably not going to work. Clopogram says, everybody be cool. This is a robbery. Any of you fucking pricks move and I'll execute every last one of you. Mr. Beat says, what's wrong with the water heater? Oh, you missed that this morning. Yeah, I woke up. I had cold water. I have this thing with my water heater where like twice a year, I have to go in, take it apart, and sediment builds up on the heating plate. And so the flame won't ignite because the sensors sense that there's a fire hazard. It sucked. And then it sends a code to the electrical box on my water heater. And you literally just got to go in there with a wrench and a screwdriver, take it apart, take the plate out, blow on it, and then it works fine again for another 6 months. Strangest damn thing. Flimsy Greenberg says unrealized capital gains tax has a $100 million net worth cutoff. Don't worry about it, Toe. It doesn't affect you at all. How do you know that I thought I was fleecing everybody? Flimsy says, LOL, I just realized I'm far behind. Don't worry about it. So see, now he can be far behind. It works for him. I've heard other people say, hey, I can't rewind on Rumble. If I rewind on Rumble or if I pause on Rumble, it goes right back to live. I don't know what that is. I haven't changed any settings or anything else like that. Chevrolet JB with $2 says, will you record the water heater repair? I could. It's going to be wildly uninteresting. It's literally just take a screw off of there, Take your wrench, take a little bolt off there, pull the plate off, pull out the whole heating mechanism thing. Take a little the back side of some sandpaper and clean off the edges of the unit, and then we're done. And you put it all back together. It's pretty easy. If a retard like me can maintain my water heater, I'm pretty sure anybody can. Hey, by the way, guys, thank you for your generosity so far this morning. 165 is our number. That's right. Only 165, and we're at 7:30 this morning. Numbers down considerably this morning. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I love how I'm saying numbers significantly down. It's at where our peak used to be a year ago. It's, we're not, how quickly I become spoiled. We're not at 1,000, you guys. We're at like 800. This is bullshit. Hit like. God, just a fucking baby. Throw in $5 or $10. We'll knock out 165 in no time, and these next 3 hours will be a breeze. There is a national controversy about whether or not a toddler was in the stands at a football game drinking a Michelob. Now, my immediate response to this is, of course not. Of course, nobody had handed their baby a Michelob at the football game and just let them chug it. On the other hand, it wouldn't be the first time that a kid has, gotten a hold of their parents' alcoholic beverage. Their parent just wasn't watching, and they just, kids get into all kinds of things. Kids get into your beer. Kids get into your cocaine, I hear. It happens. By the way, I do have one last question, and none of my lawyer streamer guys I watch have answered this for me, other than to say it's possible. Why weren't there new charges when that 9-year-old tested positive for cocaine? That kind of worries me about the legal system. When a 9-year-old, first of all, you shouldn't get your kids back for a year if you have a kid that tests positive for cocaine. But if you have a kid that tests positive for cocaine, that should be an extra charge. That's got to be a crime, right? If nobody gets charged for a crime, we're basically saying giving your child cocaine isn't a crime. That should be a criminal offense. Now, I know all the lawyers I watch say they can still add more charges. I think Nate, the lawyer, was bringing up, hey, they never charged him for the ketamine. Is possessing ketamine not a crime? Could talk about that. The 9-year-old testing positive for cocaine, but why shouldn't those two things both be a crime? And if they're not, people are like, oh, they can still charge. Then why haven't you? What are we waiting for? Dead Game says because it's residual, not ingested. No, Dead Game. That is not true. That is a common misnomer. It was a hair follicle test. The metabolites were in the system. The cocaine was ingested. My man. That Dead Game, you have that completely wrong. I'm sorry. He pulls the nose of the plane up, but the second gets back to cruising altitude, the motherfucker shuts the engine off, says Approachable. Do I have to pull up? Is that what it is? Sorry, Approachable, I'll pull up. Mr. Beat says, not at the level they take. Yeah, it was ingested. At the level it was, the level Dead Game was 10 times the minimum amount. It was indicative of daily or weekend use. So, Dead Game, I'm sorry, buddy. You got some bad information on that one. He says, kid eating Coke. I didn't say the kid was eating Coke. It got in there somehow. Nobody knows. All right, let's get into something else. Approachable says I got to pull the nose of the plane up. So let's find out if this 4-year-old was chugging a Michelob Ultra. This has gone viral. This is all over the place. People are saying this 4-year-old was at a University of Texas football game and she was getting shit-faced. Now, the only thing that lends credence to this is that it's Texas. And look, man, I got family in Texas. I've been to Texas quite a bit. there's certain things that you can't see happening around the rest of the country that you can see happening in Texas. And a kid getting a hold of their mom's beer and the mom not knowing about it, you know what? That does check out. Let's see. You guys tell me what you think. Is this 4-year-old guzzling a beer like Stone Cold Steve Austin? By the way, thank you, Twitter, for getting my video demonetized this morning. That's wonderful. So happy about that. So thrilled. I mean, what else could that be? People are saying that's a Michelob Ultra can. It could also be one of those like kiddie sodas, like one of those kiddie root beers that has the can that looks like it's a beer or whatever, but I don't know. It's got a can koozie on it. Kids don't usually drink with a can koozie. You know what? I could see that being a Michelob Ultra. But Michelob Ultra is a really low percentage beer, right? Like that kid's going to be fine. That kid can probably drive home still. Yeah, it's hard to not make that out to be a Michelob Ultra can. I think your daughter might have been getting fucked up. Looks like the kid is pounding back her mom's Michelob Ultra. Here, let's take a look. So there's the can. Notice the blue color and the red little tab thing running down the side there. Okay. Here's a Michelob Ultra can. Now, wait a minute. We got the measurements on either side. You know what? The measurements would be covered up by the head and the hair. And the measurements might not be on every can. It might just be on that. What was that, a 25-ounce can, this other one? Jesus Christ, 25-ounce Michelob Ultra? I mean, I don't care how few carbs are actually in it to begin with. You drink enough of it, you're going to carb up a bit. I don't know, man. I'll put it this way. It's not irrefutable evidence. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's hard to argue in the negative on that one. That looks like a Michelob Ultra can. How did mom not notice her child is pounding her beer? Or maybe it was empty, they're theorizing. Okay, could have been playing around. Did they fill the empty beer can with water from the fountain? I don't know. I don't think... Oh, wait, no, hold on a minute. They're saying it could have also been a Pepsi. That's what a wild cherry Pepsi looks like. All right, let's go look. Wild cherry Pepsi. No, I don't know, man. That looks like a Michelob Ultra to me. Let me go back and see the Pepsi. Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be a Mick Ultra, but it's not a Pepsi. I don't think so. The koozie doesn't help us here. The person who wrote this writes, but if I know anything about Texas, especially out there in Austin, I know they start them early on the partying. I mean, you are at a Longhorns game, do as the Romans do and all that. 383 Novocaine with $5 writes, Aaron fixing his new water heater. Okay, this will be interesting. Thank you for the $5, buddy. Hey, did you guys know we're only 160 away from being done with goals for the rest of the week? How fucking great is that, huh? Go ahead and throw in. Let's do it. Aaron would have one and then turn loose. What? I don't... Oh, I'd have one Mick Ultra and I'd be shit-faced. Kids don't like beer that much. They usually think it's gross. Yeah, Mr. Beat says, what is it, 3.5 alcohol by volume? Yeah, it's not a lot, but I still don't think it's a positive. I mean, if we're going to argue, hey, kids can't be having booze. I mean, unless it's got a pussy amount of alcohol in it. Then. No, they don't let them have that whiskey and Coke. What's that? You poured it 2080, you gay F word? She can have a sip. Elza Belza says, it's low in carbs. She'll be fine. People also calling me the retard, saying, Aaron, you could have just muted it and not played the music. Fair enough. Fair enough. King Kong Dong saying she better savor that. Those beers cost $22 at the game. You're probably not wrong. Das Optic Nerve says, how about people just mind their fucking business? Yeah, that woman's just trying to give her kid beer. God damn. Think she'd ask her to, commit a genocide. All right, this is what, who was it who gave us these $5? Thank you, 383 Novocaine. He says, this is me working on my water heater later today. Thank you for the $5, 160 away from overtime today. All right, let's check out how I did.
Investigators tonight are pinpointing a possible cause of the tremendous explosion that rocked a Pittsburgh suburb on Saturday. 5 people, including a 12-year-old boy, were killed. Fire officials say there was a problem with the hot water tank in the basement of the house.
Oh, man. Are you saying that I'm going to blow? Look at that destruction. You're saying I'm going to blow up my neighborhood working on my... I promise you I'll unplug the water heater before I start working on it. Does that help? Does that help? Are we square? Holy shit, though. I remember that story. This happened about a year ago, right? Almost a year ago in August. I think I want to say that I was at the state fair, but I don't think the state fair was going on August 13th. The day this story broke. And I remember on the show we watched this explosion only like 5,000 times in a row.
Went up. 3 homes were destroyed in the blast, and the widespread fire that followed, at least a dozen other homes were damaged.
Jesus. It looks like one terrorist was at a wedding. There was so much destruction. Thank you very much, 383 Novocaine, but I don't think that I'm going to blow up my entire neighborhood. Redman says, LOL, unplug the water heater. Yes, my water heater is plugged in. Why is that funny? I don't understand why unplug the water heater. Yes, I have to unplug my water heater. I would take the phone and I would go live from the phone and I'd walk over there and I could show you, but yeah, I have to unplug it. Mr. Beat says usually they are hardwired in. Well, there's electric water heaters and there's gas water heaters. There's 2 different types of water heaters out there. Zen Man Build says because most water heaters are direct wired. Don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you on that one. It's always been that way. Anywhere I've ever lived, I don't get it. LOL, unplug it. Yeah. I know we're supposed to have a back and forth. I know I'm supposed to argue with you on this one, but yeah, it's just what I have to do. Cheers. All right, let's go to oh yeah, I forgot about Joe Biden on The View. We've got Joe Biden on The View today. Oh, I tell you what, this Joe Biden, really just an underrated president. I can't tell you just how excited I am to find out what Joe Biden's legacy is going to be like. How will this country remember Joe Biden? Well, whenever I have thoughts like that, and whenever I wonder, how America and society are going to move forward, I go to one show and one show only. I go to The View. Anytime I worry about really heady social issues, I say, what does Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg think about all of this? And then usually I find some clarity. Let's go ahead and check this out. The people of The View, Sonny hosting in this clip, but we got other clips with Joe Biden, and we're going to enjoy this. Joe Biden cackling with the hens is going to be great. Before they had him on, Sonny Hostin gave her thoughts on what she thought of the Biden administration, because we've got what? He's not running again. So we got about 3.5 months of Joe Biden left. Doesn't that make you sad? Only 3.5 months left of Joe Biden. I tell you what, I'm going to miss that guy. He was so good. The girls on The View decided to have a little talk about how they felt about Grandpa Joe, and Sunny Hostin just could not hold back. She had to talk about what she thought the legacy of his presidency would be.
But I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his country first.
Also
He's
so decent.
That's definitely his legacy.
These people are fucking high, right? I mean, these people, they've been drinking the Michelob Ultra at the University of Texas games. Did she just fucking say that his legacy is going to be like Washington? I hope she meant Leonard Washington from the Chappelle Show skits. I hope she didn't mean George Washington. Because even with his faults, I don't know if George Washington being compared, nobody deserves to be compared to Joe Biden. Certainly not the father of our country. Just because George Washington and Joe Biden are the same age doesn't mean we have to compare them. Can we play that one more time just for your entertainment?
But I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his country first.
Also so decent.
That's definitely his legacy.
You know, the only saving grace for this clip, and the only thing I truly love about this clip, other than the absurdity of it, nobody clapped. And these retards that watch The View from their seats, I mean, they clap at every little buzzword thing. Joe Biden put his country before himself. Woo, I love that. Oh, that's so right. They nailed it. Even for this horse, like the audience couldn't even go along with Sunny Hostin and her horse shit. They're sitting there like, I know I should clap. Am I racist if I don't clap? But I can't endorse what she just said. That's insane. I mean, I voted for him 4 times in the last election, but I can't clap for the.
But I truly believe that his legacy will be etched in the history books as Washington, as someone who put that ego aside and put his country first.
Also so decent.
That's definitely.
No. I think she meant like Washington. She meant George Washington Carver because he's nuts. Right? Because he's nuts. Because he's George Washington.
Learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
Sorry. Mr. Beat with my same joke. He says maybe she meant the peanut nugget George Washington Carver. Maybe she did. New guy says she's being dishonest in my opinion. You bite your fucking tongue, new guy. You bite. Did you just accuse Sunny Hostin of being dishonest? Shame. New guy just said Sunny Hostin might have been being dishonest or disingenuous when she compared Joe Biden to George Washington. I can't believe anybody who listens to this show would say something so disrespectful and, quite frankly, out of left field. Elza Belza says, I hope The View doesn't know you have to unplug the water heater. You hope they all live on the same block, right? Bigot on socialist media with a good point. He said, yes, they will write whatever the fuck they want in the history books. That's true. Zen Man Build says he put his family's wallet first. Yeah, I don't know where this he put the country first horse shit came from. Ask Ukraine if he put us first. Ask Israel if he put us first. Ask the Saudis. Ask them all. Deutsch Shad says he put every other country first. Wow. Yeah, Nana's Clam says she probably meant Kerry Washington. Also, new guy who said that Sunny Hostin was probably lying. Deutsch Chad writes in all caps, ban him. How dare you? Redman says they are just mind-fucking their audience. And their audience either didn't buy it that time or they're just sitting there drooling. They're just going, By the way, am I having a Berenstain Bears moment? Does anybody remember the Troy Aikman football video game? I know I rented it a few times from Mario's Movies in Mounds View. Do you remember the commercials for Troy Aikman football where it was just Troy Aikman groaning with his mouth open like an idiot because they took his brain out? Does anyone remember those commercials? I'm going to go try to find the commercial in a little bit here. But I feel like that commercial like doesn't age well because Troy Aikman had all those problems with concussions. It's a little, and we didn't know back then what we know now. I remember a commercial of a drooling, groaning Troy Aikman who had his brain removed. And it was the Troy Aikman football video game. But you know what? Here. Troy Aikman video game commercial. Yeah, here we go.
They stole Aikman's brain. It's in Troy Aikman NFL football from Trade West. So now you can play the way Troy plays with Troy's own favorite plays. Call Troy's two-point conversion. Use Troy's exclusive general manager screen to build a Super Bowl champion.
Gonna be a long season.
They stole Aikman's brain. It's in Troy Aikman NFL football at Kmart.
At Kmart. See, now this doesn't age well. Troy Aikman retired because he got his fucking head cracked so many times. Did you ever see Troy Aikman's last concussion? Oh, my God. Troy Aikman last concussion. Yeah.
That's the strength of this team, and it has been for a long time.
A yard and a half away. Harris in motion on 3rd and goal. Aikman rolling. Looking and throws it away and takes a big hit from LeVar Arrington.
By the way, LeVar Arrington, if there wasn't steroids in that boy's game, I don't know what steroids are. I mean, LeVar Arrington was a fucking monster. By the way, you could never play as LeVar Arrington in video games because I think he refused to join the players union.
And takes a big hit from LeVar Arrington. Marco Coleman chased him, and Arrington gave him a big shot.
This is Aikman's last play.
That's an uncommon sight.
Oh!
Troy scrambling all the way out of the pocket like that, getting to the sidelines.
Wow, Arrington with a big...
And you know what? I think today that would be considered a clean hit still, right? Because once the quarterback's out of the pocket, he's treated as a runner. And he didn't hit him in the head. Aikman's head just hit that fucking awful Dallas Stadium turf.
Close.
Look at the impact. Seeing Troy.
Coleman chased him, and
yeah, I think the hit itself was clean. Let's watch.
Boy, that's an uncommon sight.
Yeah. See, he hit him in the shoulder, so that would have been a clean hit today. But oh! And then Aikman just bangs his head off the turf.
Wow.
Oh.
Big close.
Look at the impact Arrington has on that hit.
And that was it.
The number 2 pick overall in the NFL draft, LeVar Arrington out of Penn State.
He was good, too. LeVar Arrington could fucking hit, boy. That was Troy Aikman's last play in the NFL. Just got his fucking head knocked off. Oof. Das Optic Nerve says maybe Sonny Hostin meant Freddie Boom Boom Washington, the sweat hog. Hey, my water heater's running. Hold on a second. Maybe I don't have to take it apart today. Still going. You know what? We'll find out. When I take a little potty break this morning and I wash my hands, we'll see. Wait. Okay, it stopped. So either it ran its course or it sensed the sediment. $1 from Coltrane says the Dems want to kill the filibuster, which means any bill only needs 51 votes to pass. All their crazy bullshit will go through. These people will need to be smashed in November. Well, here's the deal. That always backfires on whoever does it. Whoever does the getting rid of the filibuster thing. Oh, in fact, it was the Democrats who got fucked on this previously. Remember the Democrats when Obama was president? They're like, we need to get our Supreme Court people in there. So we're killing the filibuster to get Sotomayor in there and Elena Kagan. Fuck you guys. And then the Republicans got in there and they said, we need to get Trump's people in there. what's her name? Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh. We need to get Trump's guys in there in the Supreme Court. So we're going to use that whole dead filibuster thing that the Democrats killed. Thanks, Democrats. We're going to use it. And then all of a sudden the Republicans were assholes for using it. It's like, well, you brought this to us. So the Democrats can go ahead and nuke the filibuster if they want to, but that always comes back to bite you in the ass. Always comes back. Cocktiff says, now Aikman sucks Joe Buck's dick. Unwatchable announcers. Hey, man, look. I like Patrick Mahomes. I think he's awesome. But I've listened to, like, Chris Collinsworth and who's the other guy? Tony Romo. They suck Patrick Mahomes' dick so fucking hard. I was listening to my, who's my guy? He's the guy with the beard who sits at the desk and talks football. Good something sports. Do any of you watch this guy? He's really good. We should play some of them. I think he's funny. I think he does a good job. It's Good Something Sports. Is it just Good Sports? And I can't remember the guy's name, but he's entertaining. When I'm driving and stuff, I'll listen to a lot of his shit because it's entertaining football coverage, and that's what I'm watching this time of year. Somebody in the chat has to know the fucking guy or it's going to drive me insane. But he was playing some clips of Tony Romo and Chris Collinsworth, and they were sucking Patrick Mahomes' dick on the fact that Patrick Mahomes threw a ball away. That was it. Biko Cat writes, wash your hands. Was that intentional? Yes. I do not actually say wash, but thank you for having faith in me to not be a stupid hillbilly. I appreciate that. Wash is intentional. Thanks. April, if you're watching, Aaron needs some help with the water heater. Can you come wrench on it for old time's sake? The water heater, he means. No, I don't think we're going to be seeing any of each other for quite I would say probably not even our funerals. I would say we'll probably leave those to their loved ones as well. If I die first or if she dies first. I don't think I'll be seeing April Anderson ever again. Thank you. I have no intention to. All her lies and horseshit. But don't worry. It's not like it affected my kids or anything. It's not like my oldest cut her out of all the pictures because she fucking knows what she was up to. It's not like my ex-wife and I had to have a talk with her because of all of her fucking horseshit behavior going public. You don't develop a deep fucking hatred for someone when they do that. And then, of course, all the not taking responsibility, blaming shit on other people, accusing other people of shit that never fucking happened because you didn't get your way. Yeah, there's some hatred there. There's some deep fucking hatred. So, yeah, I think the next, I don't see her and I in the same room ever again. I think the next time we'll see each other is when we both go to hell. That's probably the next place that we'll see each other. When I'm old and gray and she's old and gray and the big man in the sky gives us our cosmic punishments for our dirty deeds here on earth, then maybe. Even then, I'll try to keep my distance, I think. Clopogram says 1 hour photo, that bitch. No, you're thinking of Eternal Sunlight of the Spotless Mind is what you're thinking of. Coltrane with $1 says, I'm behind for sure with Iran. He's not talking about Israel. He's talking about Iran putting out hits on our nation's leaders, since that's the current thoughts of his assassination. Dems funded Iran. Dude, I mean, I'm sorry. Do you not understand? Like, do you not get that the Democrats are trying to make it look like it's Iran so that Trump will go to war with Iran because that's what the deep state and the military-industrial complex wants? What do you think all this fucking around with Israel is? If not that. By the way, no, not Charlie Steiner. Thank you, Crowder Wears Panties. Brandon Perna. Brandon Perna and his channel. That guy is good. But I can't remember what the name of his channel is. Brandon Perna YouTube. That's Good Sports. That's what I'm thinking of. That's Good Sports. He's got like 640,000 followers. I don't know. I think he's funny. I don't know if other people like him or not. Oh, this is what I was watching before the show today.
Even Cardinals fans were like, screw it, Jared Goff, Jared Goff. Also, according to this chart, Jared Goff is in the same sphere as Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen. Honestly, I'm kind of over these charts. I feel like they just make shit up and chart it. This chart measures how well a quarterback plays after eating chicken, and this one's for after eating pizza. Josh Allen, Jared Goff, the best chicken and pizza eating quarterbacks we have. Number 4, the Steelers. I don't think anyone
Where does he rank us?
That after 3 games, the Steelers would have 3 games on the Bengals.
Here we go. We got the Vikings.
Absolutely sniped in the middle of the forehead when they lost J.J. McCarthy for the season. The Vikings dodged an even bigger bullet. Now that we know Sam Darnold's knee is only bruised and not majorly damaged. I've already sung the praises of Darnold, but Brian Flores deserves a ton of credit too. They're allowing an even 10 points per game, and they're stuffing running backs to the tune of 3.6 yards per carry, 3rd best in the league. And I mentioned it in winners and losers, but they lead the league in sacks. They beat the Texans and 49ers, sure, without McCaffrey or Mixon. But when Minnesota wins this week, GQBIS will be named God Emperor QB of the United States, and both Trump and Kamala will be taken off the ballot.
I feel like I'm playing
the way
this.
It should.
I hate it when I play shit to show people that it's good, and then I worry, I sense the chat in a weird way, and right now I'm sensing the chat going, Aaron, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a flying rat's ass? If this guy fucking sucks. I hate when I show people shit and I'm like, this guy's really good, you guys, you're gonna like him, and I can just sense people going, who fucking cares?
B. Number 2, still those Chiefs. The Dylan.
All right, that was the Vikings. I feel like usually he's got a little more zip, a little more pep, but it didn't happen. Coctive says, I can't believe Kevin Brennan hasn't offered April a big payday to come on his shit show. He has. I think Patrick Melton, and then her own behavior drove her from the internet. And then her boyfriend goes on Patrick Melton's fucking show and sucks his dick, which Nick's a little old for Patrick, but still. That had to be interesting. Oh, no, you don't understand. I have to go on his show because he knows all about omnibus hearings. What? No, he knows about school buses, not omnibuses. That's Coltrane says April hasn't shot a deer for years. She's not sharp enough anymore. Oh, shit. Holy fuck. Kloppo Graham says after court is all finished, who would be your guest for April's first interview, says Kloppo Graham. I don't think she's going to do an interview. I think she despises that whole world. And I don't think she's going to do. I think she wants to be a private citizen. I do. I mean, she wanted to be that before we got divorced and everything else. She was like, I can't take it. It's too much stress. I mean, she was also on a shitload of fucking coke. So I don't know. But Nana's Clam says, LOL, if she misses the first few shots, Aaron will look around puzzled, wondering what the popping sounds are. What? Oh, somebody's shooting me? Shit. Das Optic Nerve says Aaron likes this guy because he reminds him of his ex-lover, Nick. What? Oh. Yeah, people are saying in the chat, oh, you know already. Who's the queeb? This is sports talk for 12-year-old boys. He does suck, but that's kind of on brand for you, homie. Sam Show, you said it. King Kong Dong, he sucks. Crowder Wears Panties says, I thoroughly enjoy it, but he's a Jew. Wait a minute. What?
Look, motherfucker, I'm finding Jews.
Oh, no. April is avoiding the internet like the plague. Yeah, I think so. Sam Show says she's doing a dog shit job at being a private citizen. I mean, she's all but off social media. I mean, she never posts on there. She's not doing any shows. I think she's doing a pretty good job of trying to be a private citizen. I mean, yeah, she's got legal cases, But that's what happens when you get hooked on coke and you get busted with a shitload of cocaine in a house. Personally, I think she's getting off scot-free because she was fucking living there. And I think that should be all three of their cocaine. I mean, all three of them should have caught the same charge. But, hey, what do you do? But, Aaron, have you seen her tattoo? How can you miss it? I mean, it's not like when she when you take a normal picture sitting down or something, you take it like this. Ever since she got her gas station tattoo, she'll take a picture and it'll be like this. It'll be she'll do body contortions to show the new right? It's a tattoo. It's like if my 5-year-old puts on one of those sticker tattoos. The only nice thing about all that is that my 5-year-old will never remember her and won't know the horse shit that she put her through. So that's kind of nice that the youngest and maybe even the middle will barely remember her, which is best for them, honestly. 10-year-old hates her guts, which I can't blame her. Because ever since she got into the when the kids were here, April would either be gone off in Spicer or April would be up in the bathroom with whatever private supply she got from Nick and just fucking shutting out the rest of the world. Like she did her friends and her family and, the kids and everything else. So that's a sore subject. I'm going to get mean if I keep going on this one. Red Fox Mad with 2 $4.99s. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. He's got some clips for us to check out. 155 away from today. 155 away from knocking out today. I appreciate it. April's Missing Orgasm says, I thought you liked stuff from the gas station. Hot dogs, Celsius, nachos. I don't eat gas station nachos or gas station hot dogs. April's Missing Orgasm, thank you for being a huge fan. I'm glad you love the show. He's another guy who turned. He used to be just a miserable cunt hater, and now he likes me. Sam Show says, the only reason anyone cares about April is she's some coketard's pocket pool, yet she won't get away from it. I mean, look, sometimes people have a take on things and you don't disagree with them. So what is there to add or subtract, right? Let's go to Red Fox Mad's Joe Buck clips. Then we've got more Biden clips. We got Biden clips on The View.
Joe Buck.
Okay, I officially hate this fucking thing you sent me just because of that. That noise drives me nuts. What is that?
Along with Troy Aikman and Chris Collinsworth. Welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck, along with my partners Troy Aikman and Chris Collinsworth. And welcome to...
Why did you send me a clip of just Joe Buck introducing his show for 20 years? What in the name of autism? All right, here we go. The Randy Moss play. See, now Red Fox Matt, I like this one. You'll redeem yourself here. Dude, everybody who fucking wrung their hands and clutched their pearls over this Randy Moss mooning celebration, so fucking gay. I believe this was the wild card round of the playoffs. We were in Green Bay. It was Culpepper to Moss. We were up by 7, and this touchdown pretty much sealed it for us.
Moss! Randy Moss is in for a touchdown.
Al Harris playing off, bit up on the route, and Randy Moss, without even really being able to run, as he shoots the moon to the fans here in Green Bay.
That is a disgusting act by Randy Moss.
Oh, shut up, Joe. You fucking woman. Who gives? It was a fake move. Like, okay, if he had pulled down his pants and shown all of Lambeau Field his bare ass, yes, then that's a disgusting act. That's terrible. That's classless. It's probably illegal too. But Joe, he pretended to pull down his pants. Try not to have a fucking heart attack, you little girl. Jesus. That is disgusting. I can't believe that you would. Shut up. King Kong Dong says, God damn, that crew is ass. Yeah, but that crew loves Aaron Rodgers. Between all of them. King Kong Dong with another clip. All right, what else we got? No! Fuck you! Suck my ass. We're not doing this. So, this is the NFC Championship game. The Vikings had just taken a 7-0 lead, and then we got the ball back from the Eagles, and we were starting to march again, and we were like, holy shit, 14-0, here we come. The Super Bowl is at US Bank Stadium. The Vikings are fucking going. This is great. This was 2017. And my friends and I had already said, no matter what it costs, one time, we're going to the Super Bowl when it's in Minnesota and the Vikings are in it. And I barely watched any of this Super Bowl because I was so fucking annoyed. But this is where the game started to turn. This is where we had a chance to fucking go up 14-0 on the Eagles and just bury them. Take away the run game. Nick Foles has to beat you with his arm completely. And instead, Case fucking Keenum.
4 men on the rush. Keenum throws. He's picked. Patrick Robinson back the other way. Looking for a block. Gets it. Robinson for the touchdown.
Final score of that game, 38-7. By the way, did Case Keenum's arm get hit on that play? Let's see this again.
4 men on the rush. Keenum throws. He's picked.
Because if his arm didn't get hit, he just fucking threw that ball to a defender sitting underneath the route, which is retarded.
4 men on the rush. Keenum
yeah, like that guy was on that route the entire time.
4 men on the rush. Keenum throws. He's picked.
Yeah, so did he get, what do you think? Did he get hit on the arm there, or is he just a fucking shitty quarterback that finally turned into a pumpkin? Anders says, LOL, Buck and Aikman have spent their careers hating on the Packers. Are you fucking shitting me? Joe Buck doesn't suck Aaron Rodgers' fucking dick every chance he gets? Now I'm mad. As a guy who grew up having to watch Joe Buck suck Packer dick every fucking chance he gets. Are you out of your mind that Joe Buck was not an Aaron Rodgers guy? Ugh. Case Keenum, the ultimate backup. Yeah, no, dude, you know how happy I am that Case Keenum got that commercial deal where he's the ultimate backup. He backs up the truck. That's so cool to see that. King Kong Dong says, Big Dick Nick Foles won our Super Bowl. Outdueled Tom Brady. Yeah, he did. Yeah. He's fucking great. Isn't he the greatest of all time? He's incredible. You want to crown him? Then crown his ass. But he is who he thought he is. And we let him off the hook. Look, some people would say I'm still upset. Some people would say that maybe I still hold a grudge. I don't know. I think I'm fine. I think I'm okay. You get the news that she croaked. Are we drinking to that? Who? Who croaked? You get the news that she croaked. Are we drinking to that? Whom? Somebody die? Who's she? Hillary Clinton? Nick Foles also has a 7-touchdown game. We get it, Eagles fans. Nick Foles is God. Why didn't you keep him? Cocktiff says Gary Anderson thinks that game was a shame. We all think that game was a shame. It's a goddamn national tragedy. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says one of my favorite Vikings games. All right, I'll check this out. We do have to get to Joe Biden on The View at some point today. But we're only 150 away from today's goal. Hey, guys, it's our last goal of the week. Let's finish it up. Everybody's throwing in a couple of bucks. Let's get to 0. Let's do a half hour of overtime, and let's make it one more win for the toe. Let's go to this link that Red Fox Mad sent us.
That
Oh, is this the Thanksgiving Day game? Yeah, where Randy Moss fucks everybody up.
For Minnesota. And he is throwing it back to Cunningham, the old flea picker. And open is Randy Moss, and in the end zone is a Minnesota touchdown.
Yep, you know they were going to do it. The fans knew they were going to do it. The Dallas Cowboys knew they were going to do it. You knew they were going to do it early.
I feel like the people just looked better in the 90s. They were happier. They were healthier. There was no internet. We weren't as fat. All right, where's our next Randy Moss deal here?
Where Randall Cunningham just gets that ball. Plays to this Viking team.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep.
God, look at that.
Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway.
Randall Cunningham, you can say whatever you want about the rest of his career and accuracy and shit like that. But God, did he have a fucking cannon on him.
Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
This guy is amazing. Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing. That Randall Cunningham was telling us last week. Randall Cunningham just chucking the ball down the field like that, and you have Randy Moss running under it. It's not going to take a lot of time because...
Holy shit, was that... Go back. Is that who I think it is on the sidelines?
Have Randy Moss.
Guys, who's that? Who's that there on the Cowboys sidelines back in 98? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a 26 years younger Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys.
Moss running under it, it's not going to
look at our boy.
Because unless you have like a 500-yard field, I mean, when they throw it 50 yards, that's going to be touchdown.
Just toss it.
Nope.
Cunningham's going to make another jump ball.
Nice.
Moss just takes it away. Just toss it out there, and Randy Moss is going to come down with it. Cowboys showing blitz. Minnesota. Randy Moss breaks a tackle, and Randy Moss races.
Look at him just outrun the fucking angle. The guy was an animal. Look at this.
Randy Moss breaks a tackle, and Randy Moss races down the sideline, and Randy Moss just outruns everybody into the end zone.
Fucking incredible. What was it? 3 catches, 140 yards, and 3 touchdowns? Couldn't stop him. Couldn't stop him. Coltrane with $1. Oh, people are... No, she didn't die. Oh, that's who he meant? Did April die? No. Why would she have... I mean, I haven't heard that she did. I dropped my phone. I haven't heard that she did. Coltrane with $1 says the capital gains tax has a $100 million threshold. Income tax has entered the chat. That was sold the same way. The real money is locked up in home equity and 401k if they want it. Yeah, they did the same thing with the income tax. They were like, it's only going to be a tax on millionaires. Don't worry about it. How'd that work out? Das Optic Nerve says, I'll give you that one, Imholt. Moss was one of the best wide receivers to ever play the game. Chris Carter was up there too, though. Chris Carter was up there with him. Nana's Clam says, who's that on the sideline in 98? Absolutely no one, Aaron. That was Mike Zimmer, you motherfucker. Chips and Diff says, Jesus Christ, they were saying when she dies, are you going to? Well, no, I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to. I don't want anybody to die. I just don't want to see certain people. There's a difference between like, I never want to see that person again. And like, oh, don't you hope she died? It's like, no, no. I hope everybody who's having problems and struggling and making terrible decisions, I hope they all pull up the nose of the plane before they completely fuck their shit up forever. But not everybody follows the rules. King Kong Dong says, I hate both teams tonight. I hope Dallas loses to the Giants. It is, look, man, I'm all for whatever's funnier. I think the Cowboys losing to the Giants is way funnier. So I'm a Giants fan today. Plus, It makes the Vikings win over the Giants week 1 look even better if they can beat the Cowboys. And if the Cowboys go 1-3, I'm a happy guy. All right, guys, we got about an hour and a half left. $150 away from today's goal. That goal, that fucking started getting hammered out right away with that Stephanie dropping $100 on us. But here's the thing. Usually it's let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. Now we're actually coming back to the goal being where it's supposed to be. We're about 7 minutes ahead on the goal rate. So it's actually, because I've been shutting up and just doing a show today, it's actually been coming back to where it's supposed to, like not supposed to be, but where we got to start mentioning it again. So guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, throw in a few bucks. Let's get this thing knocked out, and let's call it a perfect week of morning and evening shows. We already knocked out the evening show goals. Let's knock out the morning show goals. I'll get the Stoney stuff mailed out today, and then tomorrow during Rumble Friday, we'll give away all the Stoney's gift cards too. How's that sound? But let's knock out today's goal first. That's what sounds best. All right, ready for Joe Biden on The View? Joe Biden apparently always knew he was going to be a one-term president. Which, I got to say, that's news to me, seeing as he, what's that thing called? Oh, yeah, ran for re-election. Joe Biden ran for re-election, wanted his job, wanted to beat Donald Trump, went into that first debate thinking he was going to beat Donald Trump, and then he got his fucking ass kicked so bad that even the media that had been covering for him the last 3 years had to say, this motherfucker's got dementia. Which, by the way, they acted like it was brand new, like we've never seen Joe Biden like this before. It's like, fuck you. Yes, we have. We've all been talking about it for 3 years, and you've all been calling us shitheads and conspiracy theorists and terrible. It's like COVID all over again. But now that you guys know that you're in trouble and Trump's going to fuck your boy up, now all of a sudden it's okay to say he has dementia so you can get someone else in there. Okay. Let's play Joe Biden saying, I always knew I was a transition president. I always knew I was a one-term guy. Bullshit. Let's take a look at revisionist history Joe here.
Welcome back to The View,
It's good to be back to The View. It really
It's
is.
nice to have you here.
I'd like to be here.
I'll get us started.
Yeah.
So, Mr. President, it was only 2 months ago that you decided to step aside from seeking re-election, putting your country first above any personal ambition.
Oh, my God. Listen to this shit. It's all state propaganda. None of this is an actual interview. This is the Chris Farley, like, remember when you were with the Beatles? That was awesome. It's been a few months since you stepped away from running for president, putting your country first. That's amazing. He didn't put his country first. He found out he couldn't fucking win and he bailed. He quit because he was losing. That's like if I'm playing a buddy of mine in Madden and I rage quit the game and I'm just like, I had to put the game first, you know? But Aaron, you were down 48-7. It doesn't matter. I'm putting you know what I did? I put my family first is what I did. I unplugged the game. I ripped it out of the wall and I threw the controller against the door. And I did it to put my family first, not because I was getting the shit kicked out of me. Wow. This fucking shit.
That you decided to step aside from seeking re-election, putting your country first above any personal ambition, and passing.
And of course, and they fucking clap. And they fucking clap. This is gaslighting. This is what gaslighting is. I feel like I'm back with those other two now. Because you know what reality is. You know what the truth is. You can see it, you can smell it, you can touch it, you can taste it. And then people tell you it's something else that it clearly isn't. And it's self-serving. It's to serve their own purposes. And then you sit there and go, oh my God, am I crazy? And you're like, no, fuckface, you're not crazy. It is the way you know it is. These people are fucking evil. This woman is fucking evil. And the people clapping are stupid. Mr. President, you stepped away from I have to hear that question one more time. I have to have this righteous hatred. I need this hatred.
It was only 2 months ago that you decided to step aside from seeking re-election, putting your country first above any personal ambition, and passing...
And that they're fucking clapping for it. That's not what he did. If he was putting his country first ahead of personal ambition, then why did he run for office in the first place? Why didn't he just say Kamala's going to be running for the next term? He didn't. He fully intended to beat Donald Trump and take a second term. He fucking failed. He was getting his ass kicked, so he quit. Oh, Mr. President, oh, you did such an honorable thing. He lost and he quit. He quit before he could officially lose. He rage quit the video game. He was losing 48-7 in Madden. Not 38-7, Eagles fans. Shut the fuck up. He was losing 48-7 in Madden, and he unplugged his PlayStation. Oh, but he did it for the good. You did it for me, did you? You know what you could have done for me? Here's what you could have done for the good of the country. Stay in the race, let Trump win, and the economy would have got better. Wow.
And passing the torch to the vice...
Do you really? You love him? You love Joe Biden? I mean, if she's an Israeli national, then I can understand.
And you passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. What have these past 2 months felt like, and are you at peace with your decision?
I've been eating a lot of peas. I've been eating peas. I've been eating all my vegetables. I've been eating green beans. I've been eating corn. It's all vegetables are good for you. People say that I'm a vegetable. I don't know. I think I'm cauliflower.
Good piece of my decision. Look, when I ran this last term, I said that I saw myself as a transition president.
Yeah.
Transitioning to a new generation of leadership. Now I know I only look 40, but
is this motherfucker? God, I'm becoming, in my old age, I'm becoming a nationalist. I really am. I really just give a fuck about my own country. Everybody else can give a fuck about theirs. So shit like this is really enraging me. This cocksucker is wearing an American and Ukrainian flag lapel pin. I'm sorry that this flag only pays you $450,000 a year, and this flag pays you 10 to 20 million to you and your family. So you gotta have the dual loyalties. I get it, Joe, but could you fucking not? No president should be wearing 2 flag lapel pins. Fucking stop it. You wear the American flag lapel pin or you wear fucking nothing. You do not wear a Ukrainian lapel pin. 1/3 of their military is made up of the Azov Battalion, which is literal Nazis. But if Trump says he wants to enforce border laws, apparently he's a Nazi and a threat to democracy. If he doesn't want people shoving 10 ballots into a voting mailbox, he's a threat to democracy. But you can go on television wearing another country's flag on your chest.
but I'm 180 years old. I've been around forever.
Does he have his hand on her? What a fucking pig creep. Look at this. He's got his hand on her thigh. The fucking president has his hand. Imagine if Donald Trump was on with Dana Perino and he had his hand on her thigh while he was talking to her. Oh my God, he's rapey. Oh my God, he's the worst guy in the world. This fucking creep does this all the time for the last 60 years. Now I'm mad. God, I hate The View.
180 years old. I've been around forever. And but what happened was we were having so much success in getting things done that people thought we couldn't get done.
Right. Oh, you see, guys, it wasn't that Trump was kicking the shit out of them. They were just winning so much he couldn't stand running again. Because that happens with every president. You know, they do such a good job that they just, they leave. People are buying this bullshit. That's where it's our fault. That's where I don't blame the politicians. This shit wouldn't work if people weren't fucking dumb and just believed shit without checking up on it. I can't blame Joe Biden or The View for this one because people have to believe it.
I found myself having used more time than I would have ordinarily to, pass that torch. But working with Kamala, she is bright, she is tough, she's honorable. And the thing I like about her And one thing we share in common is that we have an optimistic view of the future here.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing we can't do. And there really isn't. Anyway.
Except you can't beat Donald Trump, so you quit. Or, in other words, you sacrificed your personal ambition for the good of the country. Holy shit.
But that's what happened. And so finally, I decided that it was better. And I said what I meant what I said. It was the greatest honor in the world sitting behind the Resolute desk as President of the United States, but I loved it, but
hey, it's time for a pudding cup, and I got to go, you know? God, it's hard to hate him because you know he's just a tool of what they want to do. It's the people that believe this shit that drive me nuts. J-Fish says, spot on, Aaron. If people didn't wear red and blue jerseys and say, yay, team. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much what we're doing at this point. All right, this is so, remember, Joe Biden always saw himself as a transitional president, right? They were just doing too much winning. That's why he had to step down. And when he stepped down, it was putting the country before himself. Remember that now, because this is Joe Biden 2 months ago.
Folks, you probably noticed there's been a lot of speculation lately. What's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? Here's my answer. I am running, and we're going to win. I'm not going to change that. In fact, just today, the Marist poll released a national poll that has me beating Trump 50-48.
Yeah. So, fuck the country. I'm going to keep running. I'm going to do this thing. You know, Mr. President, you sacrificed yourself to be a shut up, shut up, shut up. We got a few clips here of him on The View being completely full of shit. Oh, look at this. You know how Trump's been shot at a couple of times and that we got to watch our rhetoric in this country because people can get hurt? Well, check this out.
And he just wouldn't go. He was like a bug. He just kept being there. He was like a bug right there. So you felt...
Oh, get it? We slapped the table like we're killing the bug, right? Like Trump's a bug, you see. And Joe Biden just went, because he killed the bug. Trump is a bug, and you can just exterminate him like a bug. I'm sure that won't send anything else or send anyone out to, to do anything. I'm sure that won't motivate any crazies. Nah. Here's a clip of Joe yesterday talking about Kamala.
And as vice president, there wasn't a single thing that I did that she couldn't do. Mm-hmm. And so I was able to delegate her responsibility on everything from foreign policy to domestic policy.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go. So he's saying that Kamala Harris had a lot to do with the Biden administration. I mean, I guess then if you're happy with the Biden administration, then, well, there you go. You should be happy with Kamala Harris. He let her run the country. She's that good. Oh, boy. Oh. Jesus. I'm just reading a couple of things about the Biden interview here. This is there we go. Jesus Christ, he really did say that about Kamala Harris. Oh my God. There's like 3 or 4 different clips here where he's saying, oh yeah, she was I let her delegate a bunch of things and I let her blah blah blah. Oh my God. Yeah, some of these texts. Oh, I guess we really can't do 4 more years of this. Hold on. I just need to respond to this one. There we go. All right. Just got to respond to someone. Apparently people are making shit up about someone else again because they're desperate because they can't get at me. Oh, that's too bad. I got to say, I enjoy doing nothing and watching the people who hate me melt down over it. And it's like, again, you create this world and then it doesn't end up being what you thought it was. And then you get mad at me for it. I was never involved in your delusion in the first place. And then you get mad at me for your delusion not being true. You need psychological help. You need drugs. I can't be your dad anymore. All right, guys, we are 150 away from today's goal. Go ahead and chip in, knock it out. Come on. Let's just do it. We got about 20 minutes until 9 o'clock. Let's get under $100 by 9 o'clock. I mean, by 7 o'clock, we were at like 180. We were fucking crushing it. And then, you know what? Chad Buzamak's got to give me credit. I said, look, man, goal's way down. We're going to be killing it today. I'll shut the fuck up. Let's just do a show. And then I did. And I said, but you watch. Nothing comes in unless I ask for it. And he goes, just shut the fuck up. Just shut up about it. We'll see what happens. Okay. Well, now we're back to about what the goal usually needs to be around this time of day. And now I'm asking again. So I just did a show. Just do your content. It'll come. No, it won't. And I've been doing a very funny, very good show today. That's the way this show works. The audience needs to be prodded to support the program. That's just the crowd we have, you know? And I appreciate them for it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. There's all the links. They're all pinned in the chat. Go ahead and chip in and knock out that last 150, guys. I appreciate it. Boy. We got more Biden-Harris stuff. Harris-Biden Commerce Secretary tells MSNBC that we need to extinguish Trump for good. You know, guys, I hope you're watching your rhetoric. I hope you guys aren't being irresponsible and careless with your rhetoric because, you know, if we have this terrible rhetoric, if we have these bad words being said, people can get hurt, you know. People can be harmed by all this if we say things that are a little out of control. So let's go to a responsible person, a Democrat, the Commerce Secretary of the United States. Let's check it out.
What he says is the opposite. It's just another lie. Like, how did we get here? Let's extinguish him for good. We have.
Really? Not let's beat him in the election. Not let's argue his ideas and the American people. Let's not choose him. We need to extinguish him for good. You know, this is what Donald Trump and I have in common. I hope this makes the right people sick. Donald Trump and I have this in common where we have the most delusional haters in the world and they think that we owe them something. And it's like, no, you owe yourself. Like you need to figure yourself out. Like I think a lot of these problems you have with me are projection. Trump and I both share that. I'm the Donald Trump of the podcasting world. I just love. Okay, that I just did to watch them go insane. I love it. I'm kicking over anthills.
Have an answer. We have a remarkably talented candidate who is sincere, who's pragmatic, who's open. Let's just get it done.
What, Jill Stein? Who's the candidate you're talking about? Was that? Oh, Kamala Harris. Oh, you mean Kamala Harris? Oh, see, I didn't recognize who the fuck you were talking about there at first. Okay. Well, that's good. So we've got people saying that Donald Trump needs to be, what is it? Extinguished for good. Okay. Extinguished for good. I'm not really sure that amounts to productive speech that's unthreatening. You know what? Let's go to somebody else. Maybe another Democrat will be able to help and show us how to speak responsibly. This is Democratic Congressman Dan Goldman. All right, he was on MSNBC. Dan Goldman. Don't Google him. This is him talking about Donald Trump. Now let's show you how a responsible person detracts from Trump.
It's just unquestionable at this point that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Eliminated. Wow. So he needs to be extinguished. He needs to be eliminated. What else we got? What other threats to Donald Trump we have? Let's go to Kamala Harris. Let's see what Kamala Harris has to say about Donald Trump. Remember, guys, we got to watch our rhetoric.
He who has vowed if reelected he would be a dictator on day one. He who called for the, quote, termination of the Constitution of the United States.
Oh, did he? Did he say we should terminate the I bet you he said that, too. I bet you Donald Trump said, quote, we need to terminate the Constitution. I bet we can find a clip of him saying that and meaning exactly that thing. Guarantee.
And let us be clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States of America should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never.
Yeah, so make sure you do whatever you can to stop him, guys. Remember? Jesus, these people. These people are fucking tragic. You know, he wants to terminate the Constitution. Well, he wants to terminate the Constitution. You want to terminate babies. I mean, everybody, people have their priorities. It's, some people want to terminate this. Some people want to terminate that. And again, it's like he had 4 years. We've seen this guy be president before. Yeah. Zen Man Build says because he destroyed everything the first 4 years. Right. Yeah. West Coast Patriot Girl says they're so scared of him. Well, I think if he's president, they get held accountable for a lot of stuff they don't get held accountable for now. It's definitely a more difficult life for them if he's in office. 09 Canyon says, let us be clear, she's stealing Obama's catchphrase now. Well, I mean, in fairness to Kamala Harris, do you want to listen to her mumble and ramble through the same shit over and over again? I'd prefer she stole a few things, just to make the speeches, a little more listenable. That's all. Hey, boys and girls, we're $150 away from today's goal. It's back to begging time a little bit here. Let's get it knocked down a little bit. Throw in your money, throw in your super chats, your PayPals, your Venmos, your Rumble rants. Let's get them in there, and let's get it knocked out today. It is the last goal of the week, and I would appreciate it if we kept on our roll that we started in the first hour and got this thing hammered out and did 30 minutes of overtime. Here's a text coming in. Aaron, I watched a mini documentary on Diddy, and I can't help but see some parallels to your past adventures. 2 questions. Did Nick ever hand you anything to drink? How much baby oil was in the house? Not for nothing, but you should get a pregnancy test. I should get a pregnancy test. Hold on a minute. I mean, I feel like I'd be showing by now, right? No? Fuck. Maybe it's time to get a pregnancy test. I mean, if he's saying it, right? Maybe it's time. Carlos Cameo says, I may take election night off to go drink. Oh, I hope not. You've got to fight back against all this hateful Trump rhetoric. We got another clip of rhetoric that's totally fine and not going to get anybody hurt.
Do you not call it a threat to democracy when Donald Trump says that he wants to execute the chairman of the Joint Chiefs?
I'm sorry, but I read on realrawnews.com that we already did that. SEAL Team 6 took him to Gitmo. God, Joe Scarborough, you're so stupid. You call yourself a newsman. You don't even know what happened.
Treason? Is that not a threat? Saying that your vice president deserves lynching? Saying that to your legal counsel on January 6th? Is that not a threat to democracy? Undermining American...
Oh, she's so smug with her tight face all worked on and shit. God, these two are the worst. It is funny that these guys get called out for saying shit that goes against exactly what they said. Like they say shit like, we need to watch our rhetoric. And their rhetoric is, this guy's a threat to democracy. We need to eliminate the threat. He needs to be terminated. He needs to be exterminated. He needs to be crushed like a bug. He's a threat to democracy. And then people call out like, hey, shouldn't you probably cool it on that shit, seeing as people have taken shots at this guy? And then they get mad and they go, well, what else are you supposed to call a guy? And then they ramp it up and they exaggerate shit he said and they make the rhetoric worse and worse and worse. Like, our punishment for calling out their bullshit is they behave worse.
Confidence in voting? When you know, because the Wall Street Journal editorial page has been very clear.
What?
And I will say, have done the right thing repeatedly, calling out Donald Trump's lies when it comes to widespread election fraud.
See, let me help the Steel Toe hate crowd with this. You see this guy here? That's what unhinged looks like. When I'm laughing at you and mocking you and treating you like the lol cows you are, that's not unhinged, guys. That's a man making fun of you and teasing you and not taking you seriously. And I know that's frustrating. This, though, this is unhinged. This is a guy losing his fucking mind. And why? Because the jig is up and people are calling out what they do. Don't be so mad, Joe. There's plenty of retards who think exactly like you do. And they will watch you and they will applaud. We just saw it on The View. That's why, like, if you hate me, the same thing. You got a whole band of retards who are too dumb to know that you guys are all full of shit. They will back you. You don't have to seethe at me so hard. Just calm down.
Is that not a threat to democracy? What exactly is a threat? What rises to the threat of democracy that we have ever seen in America since the Civil War?
So now Trump's the worst thing since the slave-owning Confederates. That's interesting. I don't know, Joe. I'll name you a threat to democracy. How about when people want to investigate whether or not this last election, in which we had ways to vote that we've never had before available to people, mail-in ballots particularly, how about when people want to go to court to have their evidence heard that maybe this election might have been not on the up and up, and judges just go, no, we're not going to hear it. We're not going to hear your evidence. We're not even going to see it. You're not even going to get your day in court to prove that these elections might have been fucked up. You know, Joe, I would consider that a threat to democracy. I would say that the legal system not allowing the people to investigate whether or not their votes were counted properly or at all, I feel like that would be a threat to democracy, not allowing that. I mean, if you're so sure that this election was on the up and up and you weren't fucking around, why won't you even hear a challenge to it? That's pretty suspect to me.
If what Donald Trump has done over the past 4 years does not, please give us the permission structure. I know you're desperate for a permission structure not to vote for Kamala Harris and to get...
No, I'm not. It's actually quite easy not to vote for Kamala Harris. I just listened to her. I know you're waiting for permission from us. Joe, nobody's waiting for permission from you not to vote for Kamala Harris. Trust me. So if you didn't sleep very well last night, that's why you're so cranky, because you were worried people wanted written permission slips from you not to vote for Kamala Harris. Let me assure you, nobody is waiting for permission from you, Joe.
Get people to vote for Donald Trump. Anti-Trumpism, it is something. If they gave out gold medals for it, you'd get it. You would. But please, tell me. And this is a question Bill Maher was asking this weekend correctly. If this is not a threat to American democracy, what we have seen over the past 4 years. And if that is somehow hate speech that is riling up violent rhetoric, please tell me, define for me, what is a threat to American democracy? It's
wow, fuck you guys. Fuck you and fuck you twice for this reason. You know what? Maybe those of you saying that a civil war is imminent aren't wrong. Because fuck you. You guys have been sitting there lecturing people, telling them what harmful rhetoric is, telling them what all the stuff that's going to cause violence is, telling the right all these things they've said that are going to cause violence. You know how many righties have picked up a gun and shot a presidential candidate? Not a single fucking one. And then you get all fucking high and mighty when other people look back at you and say, hey, Joe, how about a fucking mirror? Because you guys are saying shit and now people are trying to fucking cap this guy. And you get indignant? Fuck you. You've been lecturing us for fucking decades now. How we should walk, how we should talk, who we should allow in basketball games, who we should allow in locker rooms, in fucking bathrooms, how we can talk. What the Constitution is, what's okay to even talk about anymore. You guys have controlled the Overton window forever. And when we finally hold a fucking mirror up to you, you fucking chicken hawk, you get to sit there and lose your mind? Fuck you. This is horse shit. Okay, I'll step up the rhetoric. These people need to be stopped. These people are rotting this fucking country from the inside out. And I got news for you. They're winning. Her and her cunt fuckbag father, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was one of the biggest New World Order operatives in the world. You think she got this job because she was good? She's a no-talent fucking cunt. She's smug. She's shitty. She was born on third base and thinks she hit a triple. And this guy who still can't tell us what happened to his intern, he gets to lecture us? Fuck him. You know, Joe, if we got to all play by the same rules as you did, that would be fine. I would accept this rant. That would be okay. But you get to play by one set of the rules. And if anyone says, hey, the rules you're playing by seem to be getting this guy shot at, you get to have a meltdown. But if the rest of us want to gather or protest or say that you guys are full of shit or anything else, you lose your fucking mind and you tell us what we can't do. And we shouldn't be able to say this about the election. And we shouldn't be able to say this. Dude, for 3 years, you got to tell us what to think and what to feel and what we couldn't say about a fucking virus that got released by the Chinese fucking government to stop the protests in Hong Kong and to remove Donald Trump from office because it was against their best interests. And you fucking people in the media and politics colluded with the Chinese to make sure that that virus was seen as this big, terrible thing. You overblew the whole deal, locked people in their houses, committed what I think are high crimes against the United States of America, lied and covered up for that shitbag profiteer Fauci. And you got to tell all of us what to say. Chastised, kicked out of work, kicked out of social media. Publicly shamed. And guess what? We ended up being right, too. And then when you guys say shit and stuff actually happens, you get to be indignant about the accusation. Fuck you, Joe, and your dumb wife.
certainly not people going around speaking out against January the 6th. It's certainly not people going out speaking out about a presidential candidate and a former president saying he wants the chairman of the Joint Chiefs executed because he was insufficiently disloyal.
Oh, so if Donald Trump says he wants the chairman of the Joint Chiefs executed, which he didn't say, then it's okay for you guys to say he should be killed or eliminated or wiped out or stopped or whatever. Oh, okay. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. I see. I didn't know that. Cockdiff says, see you on Kick, Aaron. Well, fuck these people. Honest to Christ. Sam Show says, we deserve this. All we do is whine on the internet. Lost Chaos Synthesizer. Joe Scarborough stole Aaron's cupcake. Now Aaron's out for blood. Jay Bra says it's hard to admit and totally uncomfortable, but I wonder if we are all this stupid by design. Yes, all of it. Probably. I think this frustration is trying to break free of those shackles, and then ultimately it's too hard, so we don't. Trump 45-1 banned me, says James O'Keefe. New documentary is on Tucker's network. 8 Border Patrol officers are so upset after seeing the trafficking invaders they plan to be whistleblowers. Well, you know what? Fuck you if you're not. I'm tired of that shit, too. Oh, we might blow the whistle. Then fucking blow it. What are you waiting for? Well, we might get punished. Oh, okay. Well, you might do the right thing and help us learn something about how fucked our country is. You know, unless something bad might happen. Then we might as well not rock the boat. Fauci's Pangolin says, my indoctrination of Aaron is complete. My work here is done. Chevy fan says, we can vote our way out of this, right? Yeah, you know what? Probably not. You're right. The only thing that can save us that isn't like violence is people getting smarter. And I worry about that one, you know? Irish NY says, but Steel Mo can't support Trump. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Am I not the guy who's been saying I'm voting for Trump this whole time? Am I not? Sorry, I don't suck his dick. I'm sorry. I don't think he's the answer to all the problems we have. I don't think he's extreme enough. I don't think Donald Trump is extreme enough to do what needs to be done. But I think he's a better option than the other ones we've got. I'm sorry if that's not enough Trump dick sucking, but I don't think he's worthy of it. Thank you, Mussolini Diff, for a $5 super chat. He says the policies they want are unpopular. The results of their policies are bad. The only thing they have is lies. I mean, and look, man, they hold to them like they're going out of style. Hey, boys and girls, it's 9 o'clock. We're $145 away from today's goal, so I hate to be the turd in the punch bowl, but we are behind now. We had a really good start to today's show. I shut the fuck up. I kept my mouth shut. I did a great entertaining show. I didn't ask you for money or anything like that. And my point has been proven again. So it is begging time for this hour. $145 away. Let's get that down to a more comfortable number. We had a big $100 drop come in earlier. Let's have everybody step up and contribute to the program. We're on a roll. We're on fire. You know me. The one thing I hate about doing this show is I have to ask for money. But if the money comes in, I can just do the show, and I'm very happy. And as you can see right here, you ain't going to watch a show that has a more entertaining rant than that today. I'm sorry. I know what we do well, and I know that we're better than everybody else. And that right there, proof positive of it. You can't talk me off of that one. So everybody chip in. Click on that PayPal. Go to Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Get in there. Throw us a few bucks. Let's knock out this stupid 145 that we have left for the week. And let's call it a win. Let's be done with this shit. This one I liked. I had to search this one out a little bit because I couldn't find the actual video story of it. Amy Wax is a law professor at Penn, and she's just been sanctioned and I believe suspended for a year because of a comment she made about Asians. This one's going to blow your hair back a little bit for a couple of reasons. One, because it's actually a pretty wild thing for a fucking professor to say. And two, I don't think I agree with her premise. You know, usually when someone gets punished for saying something racist, Aaron's the one who goes, now, guys, hold on a minute. Let's hear him out. On this one, we're going to hear her out. I think she's barking up the wrong tree, but let's go ahead. Let's check out this story. This is from Penn Law, where a probe found that Ann Wax made discriminatory statements about certain groups and will now not be able to teach for a year. Let's check it out.
Pennsylvania has sanctioned a controversial law professor. Action News obtained the letter that details the decision against Professor Amy Wax. A faculty Senate committee concluded that she engaged in flagrant unprofessional conduct and had a history of making sweeping and derogatory generalizations about groups according to race, ethnicity,
Wait a minute, guys. I think we're going to get a chicken shit news piece here. I got to warn you, I think we're going to get a chicken shit media piece. They're not going to read the phrase or the statement that she said that got her in all this trouble. Are you kidding? Are you guys really going to go with, the news really only has two speeds. Show the cop stomping on the chicken's head 5 million times in a gross way, or don't even say the offensive thing that this person said. It's interesting. When it's actions, the news will show it 5 million times. When it's words, they hide it and bury it. I wonder why that is.
Gender, sexual orientation, also immigration status. Back in 2022, Action
She sounds based as fuck.
News covered the backlash after Wax came under fire for anti-Asian comments. The board has now given her a 1-year suspension from...
Oh my God, she came under fire. She was shot at? That's incredible. For saying something about Asians? Yeah, fuck this news channel. You don't have the balls to say what she said? Come on. What'd she say? What do we got? Think we got a full statement from the faculty. Wax came under fire in 2022 for anti-Asian comments. Are you going to tell us what here we go.
Ends towards people of Asian descent are rippling through the University of Pennsylvania, and it all stems from one of its own. Outspoken law professor Amy Wax is under fire once again, this time for bluntly declaring the U.S. would be better off with fewer Asians.
She just said that shit. Right, like I don't agree with her. I think Asians are, if you want to take immigration groups in this country, I would say Asians are definitely on the do not lose list. But, all right, Amy Wax disagrees with me. Oh, we'll see.
Our race and culture reporter, Taronta Thomas, explains while Wax's remarks are hurtful, her job at UPenn may be protected.
It's pretty racist.
The response
of course. Dude, that guy looks exactly like what he said. Like, if you looked at that guy, you'd be like, what's he going to say? He's going to go, that's pretty racist. And then he goes, that's pretty racist. I mean, that's perfect. Look at that guy. What is that guy going to say?
It's pretty racist.
It's fucking perfect. I appreciate that guy. A whole big bunch.
The response that many had after reading the comments from UPenn law professor Amy Wax after an interview where she stoked fears about what she calls a danger of dominance of the Asian elite. She followed her argument by saying, quote, I think the United States is better off with fewer Asians and less Asian immigration.
I mean, you don't have to wonder where she stands on the issue, right?
I don't appreciate hearing comments like
oh, fuck you. You've got a mask on. Your opinion doesn't count.
that, because I don't want to be a part of a community that has anything to do with words like that.
The dean of UPenn.
Oh, I don't like to be a part of anything where the words don't make me feel good. Shut up. Grew up, all our friends called each other fag. We still do.
Law school feels the same, calling Wax's comment anti-intellectual and racist. He goes on to...
I mean, I'll go with the second one for sure. The first one, we need to, maybe have a hearing. But, if she lays out stats and figures and everything else, then, it might not be anti-intellectual. She might have put together a PowerPoint or something. The racist part, though, it's kind of hard to escape that one.
Say, quote, Wax's recent comments inflict harm by perpetuating stereotypes and placing differential burdens on Asian students, faculty, and staff.
All right, but how did she mean it?
It creates worry for international students like Quan Q.
So I think at Penn, racism is definitely cannot be tolerated anywhere.
I think it's, it's funny about that guy is that's exactly the guy that professor thinks of when she wants to get Asians out of the country. So like, oh, I think it's wrong to say that we need to kick all Asians out. And then the professor watches that and goes, see, I told you they talked like that for real. Why is it when I pull my eyes back and talk like that, you guys want to fire me? I don't get it. Oh, he'll wear a mask and has foggy glasses because he's a nerd. Professor Wax, stop it. What? That's how he talks.
Anywhere.
I think it's very upsetting for people to hear those kinds of views coming from such a lustrous platform.
But Temple Law...
Lustrous? Do you mean illustrious? You fucking professor is. Hold on a second. I need to check something. Lustrous. I'm calling bullshit on the word lustrous. Having luster or shining. Yeah, that's not the word you meant to say, bud. It means shiny. I think what you were trying to say was illustrious platform. Let's go to the word illustrious, where retard fucked this up. Well known, respected, and admired. See? Penn is illustrious, not lustrous. Oh, maybe you need to be tutored by some of our Asian students. Stop it, Professor Wax. It's fucking racist.
Professor Craig Green says Wax is protected by tenure.
She has a working contract with the University of Pennsylvania that protects her, that are designed to create that space for her to operate as an intellectual.
Wax tried to justify her stand.
And she used it to say, kick these fucking Asians out of here. See, that's what you got to do, kids. You got to wait till you get tenure. Then you can say all your nasty shit. Apparently, when kids give when the students give presentations in her lecture hall and they're not very good, she just says,
"Okay, faggot, what's next?"
Which I think, and then the kids cry and she goes,
"You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?"
It's not nice. They asked her, what makes you so qualified to say this about Asians? And she said,
I'm white, I'm white.
Exactly.
Point by saying most Asians support Democrats and that the party, quote, mindlessly valorizes blacks, the group most responsible for anti-Asian violence. And
I mean, you guys called it anti-intellectual, and I questioned that part. I didn't question the racist part. But I mean, I'm going to have to say on this quote, tell me when she's telling lies.
End quote. Our 6 ABC data team found that's not true. Analyzing FBI statistics of reported crimes against Asian people in 2020, 52% of those crimes were committed by white perpetrators.
Okay, whites make up about 70% of the population. Blacks make up about 13% of the population. So whites undercommit crimes against Asians based on their percentage of the population, and black people overcommit. Like, you can't say that, like, oh, white people probably by number commit a lot more crimes than other groups because there's a lot more of us. You kind of have to play the percentages game.
22% of perpetrators were black. Similar stats hold for the decade, ranging from 2010 to 2020.
I don't think anyone should make any negative remarks against one racial group.
The black guy comes up behind her, give me your fucking money, bitch, and punches her in the eye. It's like, oh, that's unfortunate timing.
Dean of the law school also says, quote, Wax.
Amy Wax comes out and goes, we can send them back too, right? Professor, stop it. You're pushing your luck.
His views are diametrically opposed to the policies and ethos of this institution, end quote. But the damage may already be done.
Especially coming from a professor of an Ivy League school.
It's a sad moment in that respect, I think, for the University of Pennsylvania.
Some of the repercussions UPenn could face include difficulty recruiting diverse students in the future. After previous controversial comments about black students, Amy Wax is no longer allowed to teach core classes.
Now, wait a minute. So she said shit about black people too? This woman is on a fucking roll, dude. So this story just keeps getting better and better. So in 2022, she shit all over Asians. Now, yesterday, she got suspended. And then in 2022, they were like, yeah, a couple years back, she was really dogging black people too. Fuck. I'm telling you this, she's really getting after it. Amy Wax, black people. Penn Law's Amy Wax doubles down on racist comments against Asian and black Americans. Oh boy. Oh boy. Amy Wax has said that on average, oh shit, that's right, it's the New York Times. Yeah, they suspended her for a year. What was the quote about blacks? Facing sanction and misconduct. Oh, yeah, this is the professor that said, from teaching her first-year classes, she remarked that black students were rarely in the top half of the grades. And she said that blacks seem to have, where is it? Oh, I lost it. Blacks have lower cognitive ability than whites. Jesus Christ. Oh boy. So, anybody got a university that needs a professor? Because yikes. Los Tejas Synthesizer says Amy Wax early life. Let's see. All right, Amy Wax. During a January 2022 interview. Oh, here we got a controversial statement section of her Wikipedia. In an August 2017 piece in the Philadelphia Inquirer titled Paying the Price for Breakdown of the Country's Bourgeois Culture, she wrote with San Diego law professor Larry Alexander that since the 50s, the decline of bourgeois values like hard work, discipline, marriage, and respect for authority had contributed to social ills such as male labor force participation rates down to Great Depression-era levels, endemic opioid use, half of all children being born to single mothers, and many college students lacking basic skills. The authors asserted that not all cultures are equal, or at least they are not equal in preparing people to be productive in an advanced economy. She told the Daily Pennsylvanian, quote, everyone wants to go to countries ruled by white Europeans because of their superior mores. In this, tell her when she's telling lies. In this, it's not like these people in these third world countries run to China. In the same interview, Wax strongly emphasized that she did not believe in the superiority of one race over another, but was describing the situation in various countries and cultures. Oh, don't worry, there's more. In a September 2017 podcast with Professor Glenn Lowry, Wax said, quote, take Penn Law School or some top 10 law school. Here's a very inconvenient fact. I don't think I've ever seen a black student in the top quarter of the class and rarely in the top half. I can think of one or two students who scored in the top half in my first year required course, and said that Penn Law has a racial diversity mandate for its law review. University of Penn Law School Dean Theodore Ruger responded, quote, black students have graduated in the top of the class at Penn Law, and the law review does not have a diversity mandate. Rather, its editors are selected based on a competitive process. In July 2019, Wax said, embracing culture distance nationalism means, in effect, taking the position that our country will be better off with more whites and fewer non-whites. Holy fuck, man. Oh, God. In 2021, Wax wrote that as long as most Asians support Democrats and help to advance their positions, I think the United States is better off with fewer Asians and less Asian immigration. During a January 2022 interview, Wax stated that among her past students, there were some very smart Jews, but Ashkenazi Jews are diluting their brand like crazy because they're intermarrying. Jesus fucking Christ. Look, motherfucker, I'm finding Jews. Oh, my God. So she's upset that the Jews are washing their blood with the goy, I'm guessing. Wax said on Tucker back in 2022 that blacks and other non-Western groups harbor resentment, shame, and envy against Western people for their outsized achievements and contributions. Wax then attacked Indian immigrants for criticizing things in the United States when, quote, their country is a shithole, and went on to say that the role of envy and shame in the way that the third world regards the first world creates ingratitude of the most monstrous kind. Fuck, dude. So now she's been suspended for 1 year at half pay. Her named chair was removed. Wax must state that she is not speaking for or as a member of the Penn Carey Law School or Penn at all public appearances, but she will retain her tenure. I'm going to guess that Wax is Jewish. I just have a guess there on that one. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay, she is. So someone wrote, "Hey, Amy Wax, fellow Jew here." Okay, so she's Jewish. She is. Wow. Professor Shithole, they're calling her. Love him or hate him, but Ashkenazis have the highest IQs by group in the world. I see what she's saying here. You are not wrong about that. What J. Brock Contrarian is saying is a fact. Ashkenazi Jews do have the highest IQ of any other cultural group. Michael with $20 says, you could say Amy Wax got in trouble for waxing poetically about Asians. Thank you for the $20, Michael. And Toad Climbs Mountains says, good rant. Here's $5. Wow. Thank you, buddy. Mussolini Diff with $5 says Amy Wax ironically prefers to let it grow instead of letting those slanties near her box. Tridio with $2 says beep per capita, beep, sorry, smoke alarm. Thank you. Guys, we are 120 away from today's goal. This gigger nets it with $199, says this end gets it. There you go. $120 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's hammer out the rest of it, shall we? Let's get that 120 knocked down to 0 and call it another win for the toe. And let's do it before that that 9:55 mark. And we can be done for the week. No more goals. And then today I am mailing out last month's Stoney's gift cards. And so that tomorrow we can give away the new Stoney's gift cards. And those are going to be to anybody who throws in $20 on tomorrow's show on Rumble Friday. You're going to get some Stoney's. $50 to Stoney's for anyone who throws in $20 or more tomorrow on the show on Rumble Link Friday. So I'm excited about that. Go ahead and throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. We're only $120 away. Look, that's pretty much one more rally. One more big rally, and you guys have got this thing. So throw in, appreciate it. 120, we are in the home stretch of the final goal of the week. Day One Salt says, are there any claims about the Holocaust that are ridiculous enough that we are allowed to reject them, or do we have to automatically accept every claim is true, or are we a denier and go to jail? I don't know. I'm kind of a live and let live kind of guy. Like if somebody has ideas or they have theories about stuff, I don't look at it as like that person needs to be silenced or we need to get rid of that person or this and that. Like to me, you have a thought. Oh, that's interesting. We can either talk about it or I'll pass. You know, it's not really. Oh, I'm sorry that we got a few more over on YouTube there. 115 away from today. Thank you guys. Okay, so now we're really one rally away from doing this. So yeah, I don't know if people have a theory on shit. Like I've talked about my uncle and all the people he thinks are dead and the Dunn babies and the med beds and all this shit. I get it. You know, if people want to have their rants and they want to have their theories and shit like that, I think my thing is I make my living running my fucking mouth, so I should let everybody else run their mouth, you know? That's why, you know, people who hate the show get frustrated, like, because I just let them talk. And if they want to hate, they can hate. And like, wait, it's supposed to bother you. And I'm like, I know, but it doesn't. I appreciate my ability to say whatever the fuck I want so much that I extend that to everyone else, and that's a very peaceful feeling. People who try to, like, hate and then, like, control conversations, that's going to be a losing battle, and you're just going to make yourself miserable. Just say, hey, I get to control what I say, and then everyone else can control what they say, and that's fine. And there you go. When you start to worry about how other people take shit, perceive it, or what they say back and shit like that, now you're just kind of making yourself miserable. And I've watched too many of you do it. Lisa CIA Hole with $4.99 says the rant against Scarborough deserves a few bucks. Enjoyed it. Well, thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. I think everybody listening drops in a few bucks for the rants today. We've got 30 minutes of overtime coming because we're going to get to 0 on that $115 goal. Thank you. boys and girls. Buffalo Jockey says, some people theorize that you're funny even when people are wrong. Free speech matters. New boot goofing. Yes, of course. See, I agree. With the part that I'm very funny. That's the part that I agree with. We got a couple more stories. Oh, we got Roseanne losing her mind at Tucker Carlson's event. That'll be fun. But before we do any of that, we got Bird Collector. Oh, thank you for sending me your address for your Stoney's gift card. I appreciate that. That's very helpful. I got some very interesting intel today. This is another reason why I'm entertained by steel toe haters. They don't know that our people have infiltrated them and like all their Discords and their Reddits and all that. So, like, they don't know that there's steel toe operatives in there. And the steel toe operatives kind of tell me, dude, you wouldn't believe what retarded shit they want to do now. So apparently, and I don't want to spoil this because this bit could go on for a long time, but I have to brag about it for you guys. There's someone in, I believe it's, I haven't had a chance to read too much of it, but what I understand is that there is someone pretending, one of our people is pretending to be SP in Melton's Discord and just feeding them all of this shit. The person doing it, they're reporting back to me and they're like, oh, they're just salivating. They're like, oh my God, SP is turning on Aaron. This is fucking great. They're like exposing that these people are so hungry for their narratives to be fulfilled that even if it's a lie and it's bullshit, they won't even check up on it because they'll go, yes, guys, this is going to hurt Aaron. This is going to be great. Yeah, there's someone in there pretending to be SP and pretending to spill all kinds of secrets about me. And they're buying it. I'm not going to tell you who I got. I'm not going to tell you who my person is, but it's pretty good. Sorry, guys. Dude, I'm sorry. You're not hard to be one step ahead of every time. And they fuck with you, and they send it back to me, and it's funny. So I'm sorry. It's just sometimes you make it too easy to fuck with you. It's not my fault. Approachable says you're getting pretty close to the ground. You're going to put down the landing gear or just crash? Nope, we're pulling up now. We're pulling up. There we go. Pulled up. Thank you, Approachable. Appreciate it. The best part is they have no idea who it is. I will say this. The stuff I get from you guys, you're pretty desperate. And it makes me happy. How can Aaron just be so not affected by us? Because I know what you're going to do before I do it. And I basically give you permission and my blessing. Sorry, guys. I'm amongst you. Oh, no. All right, guys, 1:15 away from knocking it out. I appreciate all of your contributions. Let's watch Roseanne Barr lose her fucking shit at so Tucker Carlson basically just hosted an event where all of the people who aren't allowed on TV anymore just go and scream to an audience. It's great. It's very entertaining. Alex Jones, Roseanne Barr, and a couple of other people were there. And Roseanne was supposed to do this sit-down thing with Tucker, and instead she just got up and started fucking screaming to the audience. And I don't know about you, but I'm here for it. By the way, Sam Show says, I guess Melton doesn't know the saying, don't get high on your own supply. He's personally invested in this shit. It's not even for the show. Yeah, right? I've broken that man without doing anything. And now he's got a Kiwi Farms page, and everyone's exposed how creepy he is about kids, and it's not going well for him. He's not handling it well, and he just doubles down on everything, and it's just fun to watch a guy spiral. What's funny is he's done it all to himself. Like, I have a reason to spiral, and I'm not spiraling. Pretty happy with my life. He has no reason to spiral. He just decided to latch on to me, and he's hanging on to that ski tow rope. TOW. And the water's just hitting him in the face, and he won't let go of the tow rope because he remembers what it was like broadcasting to 30 people, and he don't want to go back to that. Las Tejas says, Melton was broken long before you, Aaron. That's true. Red Bar broke him. He duct taped himself back together, and then I just ripped the tape off by literally doing nothing. It's pretty great. All right, approachable. I got to pull up. Roseanne, here we go. Roseanne at Tucker's show. This was on Texas. This was at Texas Tuesday night during the Tucker Carlson live tour. This is Roseanne going off for a minute, and I tell you what, the old broad still got it.
They overthrew the government of our country, and they haven't even answered for it, and that pissed me off.
Okay, it's a start. But why are we talking about John F. Kennedy's assassination? That's the thing. Like, people wake up at different times, and they think that the moment they woke up is the moment that it happened. Like, we've been owned by a shadow government for at least 60 years, probably longer. I think the fact that Eisenhower didn't warn us about the military-industrial complex until he was leaving shows that he was controlled as well. And if they can control the most famous general in American history, the most celebrated one in American history, who can't they control? I mean, the people they can't control, it's pretty clear they just kill. Patton was killed. Douglas MacArthur, he was publicly humiliated. They can't keep executing people. You have to switch up your tactics every once in a while or you give yourself away. So like Patton, they rigged his car. He died. MacArthur, they publicly humiliated him, made him look crazy, gaslit the shit out of him and the American people, and then turned them on him. Kennedy, they just killed him. They hated Kennedy with a passion. Nixon, he was too popular and the people loved him too much, and he wanted to expose the Kennedy stuff on the Nixon tapes. He's talking to the head of the CIA, and he's like, you're fucking lying about this Kennedy shit. I'm going to figure out what happened with this Kennedy stuff. And you can't just keep capping presidents. It's going to look weird. So they had a CIA coup against Richard Nixon, and he bought, and they got him out of office. All of the Watergate burglars were CIA connected. They were basically like those Michigan militia guys who took the plans to kidnap Whitmer. And they were like, fuck yeah, we'll do it. Sure. And then they were in. They were now the CIA's puppets at that point. And then Bob Woodward was a naval secretary who had CIA clearance, and they just gave him a job at the Washington Post and said, this Bernstein guy's going to be your paper pusher, and he's going to get you whatever you need, but you're in charge. And then Deep Throat, their big secret source to take down Nixon, was the deputy FBI director, so one of the big guys in the deep state. So they just waged a conspiracy to get rid of the guy because he didn't want to go along to get along. So looking at the 2020 election and going like, they did a coup to overthrow the government. Like, sorry, Roseanne, the coup was in place long before this. Long before it.
They overthrew the constitutional republic of the United States of America.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Ah!
And then they covered it up with their January 6th bullshit.
You know how Patrice O'Neill talked about people making good points but shoving marbles up their ass? Roseanne has a healthy supply of marbles and a healthy supply of ass. Oh, Tucker. See, look. See, like, Tucker knows he's kind of hosting a Howard Stern freak show. Like, Tucker's not having Roseanne here for intellectual discussion. He's just wildly entertained by this.
With their insurrection! Because the first thing President Trump did, God bless him.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck, TMZ? I wanted to see some more of that. I wasn't ready to let, just because you were ready to let go of the Roseanne shit doesn't mean I was. Hold on, Roseanne Tucker. I want to see more of that. Oh, this is her whole 18-minute thing.
Do you know Tucker? Tucker, I better shut up.
Yeah. End of interview, ladies and gentlemen. She's doing great. This is 18 minutes. I'm going to jump around a little. When does she stand up and start fucking getting after it?
They have to see us say no. We can't be coward. We can't go, oh, I'm afraid they're going to dox me or fire me or I'm not going to get a paycheck. Fuck it.
Roseanne's shit-faced. Paychecks are fucking gay.
We have to go. We have to go. I'm just putting it in your head. So if you hear about me organizing a great big friggin' march, think about coming.
And with that, can we applaud you now? Ladies and gentlemen, Roseanne Barr.
Oh, so that wasn't part of like her big. Oh, okay. So the whole standing and screaming thing.
Constitutional Republic of the United States of America. And then they covered it up with their January 6th bullshit.
Okay, we did that one. So, okay, maybe that was the end of it then. So Tucker does like a 2-hour event. A 2-hour stage event, and people come out, and you get Alex Jones, you get Tucker Carlson, you get Roseanne Barr. That had to be a wild night. Fucking Alex Jones is talking about, what was he talking about? Goat spiders and shit, and salmon. What was it? Salmon. Not salmon cucumber. What were they mixing the salmon with again? I forget. Something green. They were mixing the salmon grasshoppers. They had salmon grasshoppers. And they had goat spiders. And by the way, both those things check out. Then he was talking about pig humanoid combinations. And then we looked that up, and yup, they're trying to grow human organs in pigs and shit. What the fuck? No Dan Connor, though, unfortunately. Boomer Bob Show says, remember when she would just tell jokes? I mean, they're jokes in a way, right? I mean, it's funny. Grand Poobah with $2 says Roseanne does a pretty good Sam Kinison. That she does. They overthrew us on January 6th. Oh, oh, oh! They overthrew the Constitution. Ah! Maybe that would have been better. I bet you Kinison would have got there, right? Like, he would have gone nuts enough where he would have been, like, in lockstep with Roseanne. For sure. By the by, 1:15 away from today's goal. Let's get that knocked out. We got 25 minutes to go. Click on that PayPal. Click on that Streamlabs. We've only got $115 left until we can call this a successful week for Steel Toe. So pretty pleased with cherries on top. Let's get that last 115 knocked out. Let's do it before the 9:55. Otherwise, I have to look pathetic. I have to look weak and shitty and beggy and disgusting and fucking horrible. Everybody gets to make fun of me and talk about what a fucking worthless cunt I am. I hate that part because it's hard to argue with them when we get to that point. So help us knock out the 115. At the very least, help us get under 50 by 10 o'clock. And then we can avoid all that embarrassment and humiliation. The links are in the chat. Click on it. Throw us a few bucks. Let's get this thing hammered out. Okay, we mentioned this earlier in the show. I'm very excited to get to this part. Diddy's lawyer having to explain where all the lube came from. So if you've been following the Diddy stuff, you know that they removed a lot of the, what was it, freak off party stuff from his house. Lots of dildos. You know, you can't really have freak off parties if you don't have a fuckload of dildos. But then they had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. You know, you don't want to run out for your massages at your freak-off parties. So people are buzzing about the amount of baby oil that was found when the feds raided Diddy's homes in Beverly Hills in Miami. Now, finding that much baby oil certainly it's an eye-raising number. Spaghetti Factory with $2 says, how cool is it to have a bigger audience than Cumia? I mean, when you're behind a paywall, you're kind of stuck in that regard. But most days we peak out at about 1,000 people at a time. I hope he's doing more than 1,000 people at a time. I'm going to trust your stats because it makes me sound good, but I think that's more a testament of how far he's fallen than, how high we've risen. That's for sure. So Diddy's lawyer, and if this Mark Agnafilo doesn't get Diddy out on bail so he can talk about some of this shit, I feel like this guy's going to go insane. I hope that Diddy's paying this guy remarkably well. I hope this guy is a few grand an hour because boy, does he deserve it for working this case. He's got to explain the baby oil. His big thing right now is trying to get Diddy bail. Right now, they won't give him bail because the legal system isn't as retarded as you think it is. And they know that a guy who's worth damn near $1 billion and who's on, who's facing charges of the stuff that he's facing charges of, that guy's leaving the country. That guy's fun. I mean, they can make him surrender his passport, but he'll find one of those guys with an eye patch and a rubber raft somewhere, and he'll be in Haiti by, sun's up. $5 from Silver Wolf says they removed a lot of lube, more than I'm comfortable with. And for that, Diddy has to pay. Over under on a Diddy self-deletion. You mean like a real self-deletion, or do you mean like an Epstein self-deletion? Because depending on who he knows about, they might just get him. Especially if, they get wind that Diddy's like, look, man, I can get these years of prison time I'm looking at whittled down to, 3 or 4 if I sing like a canary. Yeah, they'll get him. They can get to him. Let's go ahead and watch this. TMZ already has a documentary out about this, so this is not going to be a thorough documentary, and it's not going to be good because they're doing it a couple weeks after the whole thing happened, but they're doing a documentary called The Downfall of Diddy, The Indictment, which is dropping soon on Tubi. To be or not to be? Sorry. I still love the Shakespeare Kevin Brennan bit. This is Diddy's attorney having to address in the documentary why there was so much baby oil in Diddy's house, which is a weird question to ask him. Like, of all the things Diddy's accused of, you want to know about the baby oil? That's like that Larry King, what about the groceries clip.
This is the type of indictment you would expect from someone in the mafia.
I don't know that I could keep him off the stand. He is very eager to tell his story.
They're going to show that video over and over and over about what happens to women that won't change their stories.
His reputation is over.
The United States government, they start making this case as a takedown of a successful black man.
Until he said black man, this started to sound like a Nick Rekieta conspiracy stream about his own case. They're just trying to take me down because they're incel prudes and they've... Right, of course. Do you think he still does that in private? Like he talks to people that way about how this is? And do you think you just have to roll your eyes, right? Like you can't argue with a narcissist because they've created their own reality and they're living in it. So even if you expose them to reality, they can't see it. So I'm sure the people he talks to just have to go, yeah. Because, like, how many times has he lied to him? Like, if you're April, you can't still buy that bullshit if you're still there. Because he's told you my case is going to get thrown out. It didn't. My warrant's going to get thrown out. It didn't. April, we're going to get your case thrown out. They didn't. April, you're not going to have charges. She did. Like, how many times does this guy have to just blatantly lie? And he's not getting legal analysis wrong. That's not what it is. I've known him long enough. He's a lie. He's a born liar. He can't help himself. Cannot help himself. It's self-preservation most of the time. But, like, how many times does a guy bullshit you before you're the problem because you believe it? Like, when he says stuff, how do you not just go, ugh, okay, yep, yep, conspiracy. Oh, yeah, totally their fault. Yeah, Judge is a retard, Nick. You're absolutely right. Oh, yeah, for sure. Are you leaving now?
TMZ
Don't you have a rehab that's totally not rehab to go to?
presents The Downfall of Diddy, The Indictment, available Thursday night on Tubi.
They called them freak-offs. But, you know, back when I was a kid in the late 70s, they were called threesomes.
Come on. Come on. They were called freak-offs, you know, but when I was a kid in the 70s, you know, because everyone can look at me and know that I'm fucking cool as shit and I was going to group sex parties. Yeah, we buy that one. You know, in my Jewish neighborhood that we grew up in, we called them threesomes. I doubt that a P. Diddy freak-off party was just your friendly neighborhood threesome.
These are genuinely threesomes. How do you explain 1,000 bottles of baby oil?
I don't know.
He only fucked women with the driest boxes in the neighborhood. He always said, you bring me a dry box and I'll satisfy it. Diddy didn't like a box that wasn't dry enough. He couldn't light it with a flint rock. Diddy. So he had to have some baby oil on hand.
Where the number 1,000 came.
The U.S. Attorney said it.
I can't imagine.
That's funny. I don't know where the number 1,000 bottles of baby oil came from. From the U.S. Attorney, who counted them individually.
Number 1,000 came.
The U.S. Attorney said it.
I can't imagine it's thousands. I mean, you know, and I'm not really sure what the baby oil has to do with anything.
They're essentially saying it's a lubricant.
Again, of all the things Diddy is accused of and of all the charges he's facing, this is so TMZ to be like, you know what we need to ask about? The baby oil. You know, you can ask about absolutely anything in this entire case, and they're like, we want to know about the baby oil. He's like, I don't know why they're talking about the baby oil. They're saying it's lube. And he's like, all right, well, then he's fucking buttholes with it. I don't know what to tell you.
For an orgy.
I guess. I don't know what you need 1,000. One bottle of baby oil goes a long way. I don't know what you need.
He's fighting with his Jewishness right now. He's like, you could just use one bottle and it would be a reasonable amount and last a long time. Then again, I understand the principle of buying in bulk. You can save yourself per unit. I got vault. These are crazy times.
You need 1,000 for. I mean, he has a big house. He buys in bulk. You know, I think they have Costco's in every place where he has a home. I mean, have you sat in a parking lot of a Costco and see what people walk out of there with?
Not 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay.
Watching two Jews haggle over how much baby oil there was. It's funny to me. Oh boy, are these two I tell you what. It's gonna be an interesting case to follow. It's going to be fascinating, but it could get ugly. Because, again, like, if Diddy starts naming names, he ain't safe. Jesus, I'm reading some of your guys' comments. Christ almighty. Baby oil is a wrestling thing, says Boomer Bob. Yeah, maybe they're just having wrestling matches. That could be it. Yeah, I've said it 3 times. It's to fill small swimming pools. Oh, you think they were doing the baby oil wrestling gimmick? Okay. Putting the girls in the pool and having them lube up. I can't come up with a better one. Guys, we are $115 away from today's final goal. It's the last one of the week. Everybody jump in. We've only got 9 minutes before I have to beg and look like a fucking piece of shit and then maybe lose, which I don't want to. We're very close to this show being fully supported for the week. I'd really appreciate it if you threw in a few bucks right now. I'm going to spam the chat a little bit here. Click one of those links. Fire off a few bucks. We would really appreciate it. We're 115 away. I don't want to be 115 away for our little 5-minute icky, disgusting errands of failure beg session. God. Okay. Oh, shit. The fuck is that? Jesus Christ. It's just State Farm has been sending me a shitload of stuff on this goddamn truck. They just can't get this fucking truck claim done. They had an adjuster. They sent out a payment to the place. Now they've got an estimate with the repair shop. Damage estimate ready for my review. I've been getting so many fucking State Farm infos. Somebody texting in, give Rekieta 6 months and he'll start identifying as a black man. Well, yeah, he could put on the blackface again, right? Who knows? People handle these things in their own way. So as I said, guys, 8 minutes away from begging like a fucking loser to try and knock out our final goal of the week. I'd really appreciate it if you guys all just banded together, $5-10 at a time, knocked out this 115, and we could call it a win. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rant. I feel like today's show has been great. You guys were awesome with the money early on. Allowed us the middle of today's show to just be nothing but show. It was great. Let's do that for the last half hour, please. I'd love to do that last half hour for you. So throw in a few bucks, and let's get the ugly part of Steel Toe all taken care of. Oh, boy. America's favorite black white trash couple. Cardi B and Offset are fighting over cheating allegations as their divorce gets ugly. Here's my thing. If you're getting divorced, why do you need to fight over cheating accusations? How about both of you just go, yeah, I fucked around. Okay, let's get the paper signed and let's call this thing a day. Why do we have to why do we have to go on Instagram? That's why I call Cardi B and Offset. They are the blackest white trash couple you'll ever see. They're on Instagram. They're arguing to strangers about what a piece of shit their partner is. And it's like, well, no, look, it's, it's like my situation. No, we can all be horseshit. Let's just split this up. Let's end this nonsense. We're all horseshit. Everybody go their separate ways. Good. Nana's Clam says about Cardi B and Offset, aw, those kids couldn't make it work. I know, wild, right? Let's listen to what they're doing online instead of doing in lawyers' offices. This is Cardi B.
What I'm fine. I'm trying to find. I've been cuffed up too long. Let me remind. Yo, when I tell you, Nick, the narcissism is all-time high. And you know what's so crazy? I really be feeling like when people be saying like narcissist, and everything, I be like, do y'all even know what that word means?
Yeah, that is the thing. Like everybody who's ever been through a breakup is with a narcissist. And both people accuse the other people of being a narcissist. It's fucking insane. I will say this. In my life, I have only met one that actually fits the bill. The rest is just, people have a bad experience, people get in big fights, or people have these problems, and they use that as a term so they can win. I've met one. We all know who he is. The rest, I mean, we all look out for our own self-interests, but eventually we all kind of accept reality. We don't need to bend people to our will. Like, for me thinking the way I think is good enough. I know that a lot of people don't think the way I think, and that's fine. I more internalize that and go, maybe I'm fucking crazy. Like, whenever I think something and then a bunch of people don't think it, I go, uh-oh, am I fucking up here? That's not good. But a narcissist will be like, no, there's that classic line of, if I can only just talk to them, they'll know the truth. It's like, well, no, you want to talk to them so you can manipulate them. You want to talk to them so you can try to bend them to your will. That's totally different.
But now I really do see what's a fucking narcissist. You know what's so crazy?
Stop it. Your man is not a narcissist. He had to deal with your crazy ass. I'm promising you Offset is not smart enough to be a narcissist. You're insane. He's insane. It's time for you two to, go your separate ways.
See, I find this so crazy, right? You know what I find so crazy?
That you lip smack at the start of every sentence and it's driving me fucking nuts.
That a think that they could just buy a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
They can. I've seen it happen. A lot of women don't want to work and will just take the money. They're nothing but glorified whores, Cardi. I mean, look, you have tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. You've always hustled for your own. I get that. There's a lot of women out there that just plain do not want to work and will put up with just about anything. They can be bought.
I love me shit, but you can buy me no more, motherfucker. And it's so crazy that a think that that's enough. It's not enough, honey. It's just not enough. And you know what's so funny too? I find it funny that think that they could fuck on anything. But when I start talking to you want to threaten me with taking shit that I fucking work my ass off for.
All right, so he's fucking around on you. You don't like it when he calls you out for fucking around with other people. It sounds like you guys would like to just split with each other. Do we really have to hash this out on Instagram Live? It sounds like there's no argument here. You hate each other. Let's call it a day.
You want to play those games with me? We're going to play them games too.
How old is she?
We're going to play them games too. Since you want to fucking threaten me, talking about you want to take my shit? You want to take my shit because I'm moving on? Move on. Move on.
Both of you. Both of you move on.
Why can't you move on? Why can't you move on? It's no fun when mama got the gun, right? It's no fun when I'm slanging
Jesus. So these two are just complete fucking trash. Oh, it ain't no fun when I'm slanging pussy. All right, cool. We all needed to hear that. That was important. Fuck, man. He's probably garbage, but she's nuts. Those two. Now I'm starting to think that maybe those two deserve each other, and maybe them breaking up might be bad for the rest of the world. Like maybe we should be keeping them together for the health and safety of others. Balls Deep with 333 over on PayPal says for medicated lube. Thank you for the lube money. All right, guys, we have to beg you for money. We got to do this thing. 115 away. I want to have a week. Man, I said for the next month, we just knock out all these goals. We're back to good and we can start backing things off a little bit. Knock this thing out. We're 115 away. That's really fucking close. I don't want an L. We've been taking W's. Let's make it go. It's only $115. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in here right now. Let's just chip in and get this 115 knocked out. We got 5 minutes to do it. Let's go on a rally. Don't leave me sitting here doing this, because then people record it and they talk about what a piece of shit I am. And they're right. This is desperate. This is disgusting. This is fucking gross. This is the 100% the worst part of Steel Toe. You're absolutely right. Guys, $115 away. Make it go quick. Throw in a few bucks. I don't care what you can afford to do. Just throw in what you can afford to do. If it's a lot, if it's a lot. If it's a little, it's a little. But let's avoid this part going 5 minutes of me staring at the screen, clicking 3 different windows, and just hitting refresh and hoping something happens. Please support what's been a very good show today. Please support the thing that entertains you every single morning and, 3 nights a week as well. Throw it in. Let's get this 115 knocked out. Boomer Bob says, I love how self-aware Aaron is. Dude, I know how fucking pathetic this is. It fucking sucks. It's the only way I can keep a show on the air, and I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to take the slings and arrows for it. But if it doesn't work, then it really looks fun. Like, the only saving grace is that when it works, I can go, begged like an asshole, but we got our money. We can stay on the air. When it doesn't work, then you're just a beggy fucking desperate asshole and you're wide open for everyone to talk about what a fucking failure you are. It sucks. 115 is the number. Come on, guys, throw in a little bit because now I'm doing the thing. where it's 2 minutes into begging and nothing's happening, and now I'm just sitting here going, well, fuck, I look like a retard. 115 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get it in there. We've got 3 minutes to go. Nothing coming in for the rally. 115 is not a loss we can afford at the moment. Get this thing down. Get it inside of 50. Give us a fighting chance to knock this thing out. Spam the chat. Time to spam the chat. Links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get something in there. There's hundreds of you. How about 10 of you chipping in? Don't wait for somebody else to be the big dog. Go in there and throw us a couple of bucks so I can have something to read other than Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Throw something in so I don't look like a fucking retarded dick. It would be nice. Wow, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Nothing has come. Nothing. Guys, it was so fucking easy at the beginning of the show. So I went ahead and I went, well, then fuck it. We won't talk about it. We won't mention it. Looks like we're on our way. They'll handle it. Handle it. 115 away. It's failure today. 2 minutes away. It's failure from the fucking jaws of victory. What was starting out as a day where I was going to be stressed out about the goal, and then it was like $100 and some odd in right off the bat, and now fucking nothing. Show a little appreciation for what we do here. Let's knock out this 115. Fuck. Well, we're 3.5 minutes now into an attempted rally, and literally $0 have come in. 115 away. Rescue this fucking show, please. Need Trump with $10. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. 105 away from knocking it out today. Come on. 105, a minute 20 left. Get in that PayPal. Get in that Venmo. Get in that Streamlabs. Keep this show on the air. We're running on razor wire fucking margins like usual. Help us out. Let's get this thing done. 1 minute left. 105 to go. Please help us hammer this out. Please get us going here. 105, 50 seconds left. Loaded Wrench with $5 says, let's go, you pores. Thank you, Loaded Wrench. It's going to get us to an even hundo. An even hundo, guys. Everyone band together, throw in an even hundo. That'd be cool. It'd be good to not be a total failure today. 30 seconds left. Tridio with $2 says, we don't like hearing about alleged PDFs. Well, then I'm not talking about them. Let's just get it taken care of. 20 seconds to go, $100 away. I guess I kind of have to do overtime regardless. I'll just beg during all of overtime because I don't have a choice. We got to hit these. We can't come up $100 short for the week. I'm just not in a position to be in that spot. I got to pay these guys. All right, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. If somebody wants to be a fucking hero, that would be nice. God, I did a fucking great show. I deserve it. I deserve the hundo. I really do. We did a great show. All right, we're doing overtime. You're going to get begged during overtime, but I don't have a fucking choice. It'll get more comfortable as a show to do if we just get this thing knocked out. Otherwise, this next half hour is going to be fucking beggy and shitty, and I look like garbage. And if you hate Steel Toe, today's your day because this is a fucking brutal fail. This is a brutal fail today. Because again, like you get these people who go like, hey, why don't you just not mention it? And I'm like, well, you guys are in control of that. If you throw a couple of bucks in, it doesn't get mentioned. You saw it for like 2 or 3 hours. We didn't say a fucking word because you had Stephanie who was incredibly generous. Then you're like, okay, guys, we're getting down to that time. And then everyone just kind of stares at you and goes, and then you go, why do you beg? And it's like, because I gotta fucking make money. I'm not sitting here doing this show part-time. It's not going to be fun if I like, it's do or die is what it is. So guys, $100, throw it in. Yeah, the oofs are coming in the chat. Dude, it's huge oof. $100 away. I'm staying on the air. I got to make the $100. If you like the show, $199 sent from my brand new iPhone. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks and let's get this hundo handled. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the easiest ways to do it. Rumble rants, super chats. Go ahead. It's the last one of the week. It's the difference between another win for the toe and everyone talks about what a giant fucking failure I am. It's $100. Go ahead. Knock it out. And let's get this thing taken care of. Could you? We'll go into some stories here, but let's get some fucking audience participation, maybe. God, when I hit that refresh button and there's nothing there, oh, there's that fucking sting. Oh, my God. Camo Girl with $9.99. Jesus, begging helps. 95 away from today. We're on the 90 side of 95 after that one. Thank you very much. All right, guys, now it's in double digits. Now you can start chipping away a little bit. Links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats. All right, let's go to the next story. This Bridgerton thing. I'm going to tear through these stories. I'm going to do overtime. But, guys, you need to chip in. We need to get to it. We need to. This is being clipped to death right now because this is just Aaron fucking sucking shit, and people love that. So get it in so I don't have to go through this part. That would be great. Thank you, Camo Girl. Thank you, Tridio. Thank you, Loaded Wrench. Thank you, Need Trump. Let's get everybody else throwing in. Boomer Bob Show says maybe the model of make the goal or I end the stream would be more successful. No, because they didn't know I was doing overtime anyway today. They didn't know. I did it because I have to. Michael with $20 says this is to piss off the haters. I think they're pretty happy with what they got so far today. But thank you. That brings us down to 75. Get us down to 0. I'd appreciate it. That would be nice. Getting her down to 0 today. 75 away. Let's get her knocked out. All right. Nothing. Don't worry. I just hit refresh to check. There's nothing there. There was an event going on in Detroit this week, and I'm sure most of you won't give a fuck. I'm going to try and make this good. There was a Detroit Bridgerton ball. I'm not a Bridgerton guy. I don't know. But it was one of those things where they were like, oh, it's a very popular show, and, you know, we're going to have this event. We're going to capitalize on it, and everyone's going to come out, and they get to be like the characters in their favorite show. It's great, right? It's like, for me, if they had like a Mad Men party, that'd be kind of cool. But remember when they tried to do that Willy Wonka thing? I think that was in Britain, wasn't it? Or wherever it was. They tried to do that Willy Wonka themed thing, and they charged people a bunch of money to go to it. And it turned out to be complete horseshit. Thermodyne Diesel with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. That helps a ton. That gets us to $50. Thank you, Thermodyne. Guys, finish off the 50 for fuck's sake. And give me the successful week that you know we deserve. $50 away from knocking out today. Fucking team up and do the thing. It's been 2 days since this Detroit Bridgerton ball, and apparently it turned into this big scandal. They decided they would put the Bridgerton name on it, charge people a bunch of money, but when they all got inside, holy fuck, was it a disaster. We're going to check this out in just 1 second, but hey, hey, somebody with an anonymous $50 to knock out the rest. Great, so now everybody will accuse me of faking it. $50 from Anonymous. Thank you very much, Anonymous, for, I'm going to call it another win for the toe because we hit it, but that was ugly as fucking shit. Thank you very much, Anonymous, and Thermodyne Diesel, Camo Girl, Kooky, Tridio, Loaded Wrench, Need Trump, Balls Deep. Thank you for your generosity. I do appreciate it. Okay. So we got it done. Dead Game says, you do podcasts for shits and giggles, not a job. Well, you and I are not the same. Sorry about that, buddy. Sorry that it's different for me than it is for you. Apologize to you, Dead Game. 09 Canyon says, real fake, who cares as long as the begging stops. Boomer Bob Show, we don't have a goal on Fridays. Rumble Friday just kind of takes care of itself. Bridgerton, so let's hit play on this Bridgerton story. Bunch of people thought they were going to this big event where they could dress all old-timey for their favorite show. It did not go well, and it's very, very fun.
The outcry from people who accuse a company of dropping the ball for a Bridgerton-themed event.
Hey, you get it? This guy made a funny. Dropping the ball. No, you don't get it because it's a, no, guys, because it's a ball. It was based on Bridgerton. They had like a ball, like a dance, like an event. It was a ball, but it wasn't very good and people didn't like it and they were really mad about it. So they said that, no, guys, because they said that they dropped the ball. Because, like, okay, so there's a saying when you screw something up, oh, you dropped the ball, like you fumbled, right? But this was an actual ball where people danced and stuff, and it didn't go well, so it's like, it's a metaphor. See, if we hit the goal in advance, I don't get this crazy.
In Detroit is getting louder tonight. We first told you about the complaints last night at 6. Fans of the Netflix series paid a lot of money for a party they say fell far short of expectations.
That's because I was run by Anna Dalvey, and she's very poor right now. Uh-oh. Fucking go. Asshole.
Hundreds of people have now joined the chorus of criticism on Facebook. Tonight, 7 News Detroit reporter Whitney Burney is back on the case. She's hearing from a performer at the ball, others who say this has happened before, and tells us how the company is finally responding.
Oh, no. Not Tink. Tink isn't happy. A lot of basic bitches are not happy that their Bridgerton event didn't go off as they thought it would.
It's been 2 days since the Detroit Bridgerton Ball took place here at the historic Harmony Club, and people who are excited to be here, super fans of the show, say there are still so many unanswered questions. And at this point, they
like, why are we retarded enough to buy a Bridgerton Ball ticket? Have you been able to answer that one yet?
just want their money back. For Pedro Soto and his newlywed bride,
she was really excited. She went by all this stuff for her outfit.
Sunday.
Does she know her husband's a Mo? I wanted to go to the Bridgerton Ball too because I wanted to show off my fancy clothes.
Night at the Detroit.
I have a shirt you can borrow. It fits your people well.
Bridgerton Ball was meant to be a celebration after eloping the day before. Instead, the couple and hundreds of other superfans of the Netflix hit show disappointed.
We had to reuse cups, not enough plates. The backdrops were just paper.
The event since going viral on social media after event planners at Uncle and Me LLC promised attendees who spent hundreds of dollars on tickets.
Oh, no. You spent hundreds of dollars on tickets, and it looks like you got sparkling grape juice. And you got shitty, like, New Year's decorations. Oh, this looks awful.
Things like valet parking, horse and carriage rides, a play, ballroom dance lessons, and more.
And it was some lady in plastic gloves serving food out of fucking tin warmers. Ah, is that great? Shitty salad out of a wood bowl. That's Bridgerton era shit. Not even chafing dishes. You've just got the aluminum serving pans like when you have a barbecue. Oh, no. And then you were promised horse and carriage rides and,
dance lessons and more.
This is truly a horror story, and I'm just completely, awestruck seeing everything that actually happened.
Professional circus performer Tink has also been the subject of many videos online. She wants people to know that she was hired to pole dance just 3 hours before the event was set.
Wait, do they do pole dancing in the bridge? I've never watched Bridgerton, but is it a pole dancing kind of a thing? I thought Bridgerton was like old-timey and balls and corsets and shit like that. You got a pole dancer for your Bridgerton? It's odd. Seems like that's like throwing a rave at a House of a Game of Thrones party.
To start. She says she also offered hair suspension, aerial sling, and lyra hoop performance options, but the company selected pole dance, even choosing her costume.
I just feel very bad for all the patrons who showed up to the event, just because my goal as a performer is, to bring happiness and cheer to everyone.
And tonight we're learning some Metro Detroiters had a similar experience at a Bridgerton-themed tea party at the Taylor Conservatory and Botanical Gardens, put on by the same company back in June.
It's a tea party. There's no tea at all.
How many times are you going to let them do this to you, for God's sake?
out of mimosas, running out of serving glasses.
Tamla Everett says she paid $80 a ticket to take her mom.
I feel like something needs to be done. This company is making a lot of money off of regular, hardworking people.
After trying to contact them multiple times yesterday for an interview, Uncle and Me sent the following statement this afternoon.
Oh, this should be good. So all these people get dressed up in their dresses. They pay hundreds of dollars for tickets. It's smart if you're the company, like no refunds. Just have like shitty food, cheap decorations. If you're only going to have the event once, fuck everybody over and run off with the money. It's shitty. It's a horrible way to be, but what's the saying? A sucker born every minute and two to take them. A lot of suckers watching Bridgerton.
Saying in part, we understand that not everyone had the experience they hoped for at our most recent event Sunday night at the Harmony Club, and for that, we sincerely apologize.
So did they have the horse and carriage rides or not? I'm guessing they did not have horse and carriage rides.
They go on to say they are working diligently to address all concerns and reviewing compensation options to make things right.
So basically what they're doing is seeing what kind of profit they turned on the event and then giving away half of those profits to see if people will shut the fuck up and they can get away with this again.
Detroiters have been trying to get for days.
Just treat all of us fairly, you know, and if there's something a hiccup that happens, take accountability and learn from it. Because we work hard for our money, especially in this economy, and we deserve to get exactly what we are paying for.
You know, if you would have given it to Gino, you wouldn't be so poor. He said if you don't give to his show, you get poorer. I've always said if you give to my show, you'll be poorer. You'll be poorer by whatever amount you gave the show. So only give the show what you can afford to be poorer by.
In Paradise Valley, Whitney Burney, 7 News Detroit.
All right, thank you so much, Whitney. Now, we reached out to the Better Business Bureau to find out how you can protect yourself before shelling out your money for an event like this. First,
don't be a Bridgerton fan and don't go to Gay Balls. How about that? Gay Balls, by the way.
Try Googling the company's name and add reviews to your search. If you find others posting complaints, it could be a major red flag. Paying for tickets by credit card does not guarantee a refund, but it may increase your chances of getting your money back when something goes wrong. And if the event turns out to be a bust, report it to the Better Business Bureau.
Complaints could be a red flag. Boy, I could have stayed out of so many divorces if I had listened to that advice. I just thought they were all the problem. Tridio with $2 says, where's Bob and Michelle? The fans demand it. It would be Ed and Michelle, my man. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, another win for the toe. Fuck the haters. Well, we barely got there today, but we did get there. Day One Salt says, I just got out of Section 8 after 7 years of 3 jobs and saving every penny. Attaboy. Attaboy. Anonymous says, don't go to Chrissy Mayer comedy shows or you'll end up in a Baldo swap. That, you know what? That could be true. Somebody said that on one of her shows, Chrissy blamed me for the whole thing. I don't think that's true. I don't think Chrissy's that kind of person. I haven't talked to Chrissy in a long time. But I don't have necessarily any animosity towards Chrissy, unless she did say that she thought it was all my fault. Somebody said, oh yeah, Chrissy said on her stream that you destroyed Nick Rekieta. And I was like, he was already a fucking mess when I got there. Are you kidding me? But if she really did say that, I will say fuck her. I mean, that's the biggest broom I've ever seen. That's the biggest sweep job I've ever seen. If she's trying to cope by saying like, I can't believe that he would be that way. It must be Aaron. Yeah, Aaron, the wild man. The guy who golfs. He's that guy's the fucking lunatic. I don't think she said that, though. Sam Show says the horse talks mad shit about you. Does she? Well, then she's look. There's a friend of hers, too, that's been a remarkably disingenuous bag of shit. So I guess, birds of a feather and all that. But if she didn't say that, then I don't really feel any way for or against Chrissy. I'm just another person I'm happy to just let ride off into the sunset. But if she did say shit like that, then what a piece of shit for saying something like that. If she didn't, then I take back the piece of shit part. Video gamers are upset, and whenever video gamers are upset, I'm sure it's a remarkably reasonable concern. One thing I know about gamers is that when they complain, it's something that's really, really important. Packerbacker says Chrissy will say whatever prolongs the drama and gives her material. I don't know. I was nice to her. I was always really, really good to Chrissy, like when she came here, when she needed anything, you know. So, yeah, I don't. It's weird when you literally just kind of don't do anything to people or you're really good to people. And then they're like, oh, you know what? Online content, he's a piece. Like, if I call someone a piece of shit on the air, it's because I think they're a piece of shit in real life. It's not like, oh, how do I say some crazy shit to get some, you know, attention on the air? No, like anything I say about anyone on this show, I have no problem saying to them if they like called me up and said, hey, you called me a piece of shit. I'm like, yeah, I think you're a piece of shit. Like, I'm not putting on an act. I'm not putting on a gimmick. I think you're garbage. All I'll say to Chrissy is this. None of my kids ingested cocaine. So if you think I'm the fucking problem, maybe get your fucking head examined. Electronic Arts Dragon Age, the Veil Guard, has received swift backlash from female game enthusiasts who are upset over the game's lack of femininity. Uh-oh. They not enough girlies in the video games. That's not good. They get mad about that now. Remember all that Gamergate shit? We gotta have women in video games. You know, I hate to say this because it's going to sound very, very sexist, but I trust a game that's made by a bunch of guys that look like the biggest fucking losers you've ever seen in your life. I feel like those guys are going to create a really good video game. And I understand that those guys could be millionaires or they could make really good money being game developers. But they need to look like the biggest fucking losers I've ever seen. If you say I made a video game and everyone's dressed really nice and their hair's all primped and made proper and their makeup looks great, I'm like, that game's going to suck. You know, at the very best, it'll be middling. But if I see a bunch of guys who just look like they crawled out of a bag of horse shit, I know that they worked hard because they didn't shower. They don't care how they look. All they did was they were obsessed with making this game. I bet you if you look at the team of people who made Red Dead Redemption 2, they look like the most unfuckable, hideous human beings you've ever seen in the history of the world. And they don't always think about inclusion. Typically, a video game wouldn't be prioritized for how much it appeals to women, but in the case of the Dragon Age, the Veil Guard, I don't know what that is, developers have seemingly gone out of their way to reject feminine qualities regarding female characters. All right, this is fun. I feel like they might have just done this to fuck with people. Ahead of its October 31st release, EA and subsidiary BioWare showcased the game's character creator for the world to see. In yet another rush to show off how inclusive a game can be, BioWare revealed that the customization features include diverse gender options. In a video uploaded to X, pronoun options are provided, including they, them. Gender options are also added, including non-binary. The same video revealed a more shocking option, the ability to show off mastectomy scars. Gamers can select on or off for top surgery scars if you're trans. How much money did that cost and how much time did that take? Now, the problem is now women feel like the female characters are not properly represented. Game designer Mark Kern also showcased the option for the skin disease vitiligo and the ability to add cellulite. These are obvious fetish self-inserts being foisted on gamers, Kern wrote. Female gamers quickly realized that the ability to feminize their characters was incredibly limited, forcing them to create masculine women even when maxing out the female characteristics. So here's what happened. In a rush to be inclusive and make trans and non-binary happy people happy and everything else, they completely forgot about women. Now women are pissed off. They feel fucked over and they're bitching about it. This is great because it shows once again the squeaky wheel gets the grease. They were worried about trans people bitching at them about the video game, so they completely forgot about women, and now they're getting hammered by them. It's you try to appeal to everyone, you're just going to piss everyone off. Make your fucking video game. Don't listen to people who go, I needed this feature, I needed to look like this, or you didn't do enough for men or women or trans or whatever. Make a good video game, and the majority of people will enjoy it. Some people will bitch, and they're going to bitch loudly, and they're going to make you think that there's way more of them than there actually are. Stick to your guns. Make a good game. Don't be a fucking idiot. But we are seeing, once again, that when trans people get prioritized, women are often the ones that pay the price and don't get as much attention. And that's going to continue to be an issue. $5 from Mr. Approachable. He says, Aaron, you need this as a sound drop. Watch till the end. I'm a sadistic fuck, and it makes me laugh every time. All right.
Terrain. Pull up. Terrain. Pull up.
Oh, that's not. Oh, ow, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, piss. Oh, cunt. Oh, that's not good. So that's what I need when I start talking about anything drama related. I need the pull-up drop. Maybe you're right. The Assassin's Creed game, says Sam Show, is even more hilarious. They pissed off the entire country of Japan with their black samurai and leaving atomic bomb monuments in the game. Day One Salt says the gays should have a whole line of makeup artist video games. Shut the fuck up. Those might sell. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'm still playing Xenophobe on Atari 7800 and Age of Empires. I'm still playing, from time to time, I play Medieval 2 Total War. I still fire that one up. Once in a great while, I'll still fire up Conquest of the New World and Pacific General. I can get weird with my shit. But mostly Bannerlord if I'm playing video games. I haven't played for a while. I don't think I've played Bannerlord in a couple weeks, though. It's not as much time. As far as... Yeah, Sam Show says it's amazing how much spring that animal had. It really did, didn't it? I thought so, too. But as far as the video game thing goes, I guess you really have two options. You can go and you can try to make everybody happy, please everybody, and then you're just going to have to deal with a shitload of complaints from the people who feel like they got less attention paid to them. Or you can just go ahead, make your game, put it out there, see if people buy it, and let the sales speak for themselves. I don't think trying to please everyone has ever been a good route for anybody because it never ends up working. All right, let's do this last story here. Bigot on Socialist Media says, just play old games. Boomer Bob Show, I'm a boomer with a home arcade. Nice. Day One Salt says, I'm a Gen X with a large garage attached to my large ranch home. Oh. I think he's trying to say video games are fucking gay, bro. That's why that the Brick and Bourbon bar, when they added video games upstairs, that's why that didn't work. People don't go anywhere to play arcade games anymore. That's a past thing. That's a nostalgia deal, and that's not going to pay the bills. People play their video games on their phone, or they play them on their computer, or they play them on a console sometimes, but they ain't going to go to play. Gone are the days where you went and grabbed a beer and played some pinball, Corey will play pinball with you. That's for sure. Let's watch an arrest at Disney. Oh, wait. First, I do want to mention Macklemore is being dropped from festivals after he did some kind of fuck America chant in Seattle. You know what Macklemore's biggest crime is? He doesn't mean any of the gay shit he does. He's just trying really hard to be accepted and be seen as a guy who really tells the truth, man. And Macklemore, he's been trying to get respected in the black community and the rap community forever, but everyone sees him as the clown who did the Goodwill song. And there's a reason for that. He's the clown who did the Goodwill song. He tried to do a song about gay marriage. It was a song called Same Love. It's fucking dreadful. It's cringe as fuck. So then he goes on stage and he'll be like, fuck America, am I right, guys? And then people are like, no, we're just going to cancel you from your next gigs. Nobody respects Macklemore as a voice. It's like, shut the fuck up and do the $20 in my pocket song, you homo. He's so bad. And like he prostrates himself to like different groups and organizations. And he's like so desperate to be like the guy, and nobody ever accepts it. I think it's great because I've hated Macklemore from day one. I've thought he was awful. So to watch him actually, now I don't like the idea of canceling people because they said something, but if you go on stage and yell, fuck America, people are not going to want to work with you. They're just not. Well, rap is super gay. Jews really ahead of the game on keeping the blacks dumbed down and docile, says Landers. Jesus, Landers. Can always count on you. So the fuck America chant is fucking Macklemore, ironically. All right, we got a quick clip I want to show you guys. This is a mother getting kicked out of Disneyland as her crying kids are hanging on to her. Can't you just go to a theme park and be nice and get your fast pass and go on the rides and go look at shit and get your kids some food and then head back to the parking lot and, you know, go home and have a night? Like, why are we getting escorted out of the park in handcuffs? I have a hard time believing that Disney is in the habit of just taking people out of the park in handcuffs because they didn't do nothing. But let's see what this woman did. Oh, she was drunk. Okay, there you go. You got hammered with your kids at Disneyland. Dude, there's two different experiences to have at places like state fairs, theme parks, etc. I went to the state fair with my buddy and SP. And we went and we drank and we got drunk and we danced and it was a great fucking time. We ate food and all that shit. I sang karaoke. It was great. If the kids would have been there, guess what? We're not drinking at the state fair. Maybe a beer, but probably not. Probably just grabbing a soda, walking around the fair, seeing what the kids want to do, take them to see the stuff they want to see, maybe put them on a few rides. The money you were going to spend on booze, you can spend on rides. When you bring the kids to a thing, you can't do the I want to be young and hip and party, but also I want to take care of the kids thing. You got to choose one or the other. If you want to go, if you and your friends want to go and you want to party it up at the theme park and the kids are a little too young for it yet, you call grandma and grandpa. They can have a fun grandparents' day. You want to take the kids to the theme park because you think it'll be a day full of memories? That's a good call. Then you're not going to get fucked up at the theme park. That's weird that's the line we have to draw. Like, hey, all you have to do is not get fucked up at the theme park. Good thing they kicked her out before she got to the teacup. She would have thrown up. Oh, and I'm sure there's nothing better than for security that they have to do that day than fucking try to tell a drunk why they're getting kicked out of a park. I'm sure it's wonderful. I'm sure it's just a great day for them. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you for getting us down to 0 and making it another successful week and another win for the toe. I appreciate it. It took us a couple minutes into overtime, but we got it done. Holy shit, do I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow. Pressure's off. No goals. I mean, obviously, you throw in a certain amount, I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to give you 30 extra minutes. But no goals, $5, $10, $20 links. We're going to play a bunch of your shit. I'll have a bunch of stuff to talk about. It'll be a great, chill way to end the week. Take it easy. Watch some football tonight. I'll talk to you at 6 a.m.